ने नॉक किया शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दिया, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया।
इस बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया। बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुका है। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सैम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए।
Welcome to BGIS 2026 The Grind. Final 3 games remain for these groups to try and make a worth and of course prove themselves that they are capable of placing themselves in the higher ranks towards the main event. I'm going to be your host, Krafton. John alongside with me on the panel, it's iSuper Johnny. And Johnny, as I mentioned, final 3 games remain for these individual groups to do anything, and there's still a lot of close and tight-knit competition.
Exactly. I mean, yesterday was a big turnaround in particular for Group B, especially with teams like Vanguard bring themselves into a position from where the top 8 is an actual possibility for them. And luckily, the last day, when the pressure is there on everyone that's fighting for the spot in round 4, they get to start on Rondo.
I know, right? There's also a few names like SINEWY around the block, and you can never count them out. Since SINEWY, we know that is one of those names that can really go frag heavy. And speaking of Vanguard, yes, a few elimination points were lacking from them. And when you talk about closure coming through from Vanguard, they've always been missing that.
Yeah, kind of. But yesterday, as you mentioned, they weren't able to close out their matches, but we still saw them finish in the top 3, the top 4 a few times, because of which I think there is an actual possibility that if today Rondo goes well, maybe Vanguard will find themselves inside of the top 8. Although, on the other side of the spectrum is a team like RECKONING Esports that started off on a great note, but then again, we did not really see them go frag heavy in a lot of their matches, because of which right now they find themselves just barely on that 8th spot.
That's the whole point from RECKONING Esports, right? When you're just not going to be taking those fights, avoiding fights as much as possible, and then when you end up actually taking a fight in the late game process, that's when RECKONING Esports is messing up those fights, because they're just not used to taking it. But then you've also got a few names like LASTADE Esports, and if they do get one massive game in their hands, there's actually a big chance even they can pull themselves back. But hey, we've got the performance graph on the screen for all the groups that have been playing so far. And yeah, I mean, overall, for Group C and D, this has been really interesting, right? Altitude and Zutsu Esports, these guys were currently placed on the 8th and 9th spot in the overall standings. And you guys can see the graph as well.
I mean, we can see the graph and we are looking for those trends where the switches happen. And of course, for a team, I'm going to focus on Group D first, because Shadow Blitz, you can clearly see it was around match 16, the end of the second week and the beginning of, close to the beginning of the last week of their journey, in fact, where that switch happened, where Team Esports sort of picked up their pace, got themselves into a safer position, and were barely able to push through on the 8th position. Now we move on to Group A and B, and this is where things are still very close. RECKONING Esports, they still have the upper hand against the players of Vanguard, but then you look at OG fighting up against Rapid Chaos and, well, 131, 130. These teams are overlapping. OG yesterday were phenomenal, and it was yesterday where they were able to kind of surpass Rapid Chaos, just barely finding themselves on that 8th position.
Yeah, just a few points separating each other, right? Specifically for Group A, there's only 1 point separating that 8th and the 9th spot. And then if you move on towards the Group B itself, RECKONING Esports currently sitting on 126, and then you've got Vanguard sitting on 119. That's just 7 points separating them around the block. We all know Vanguard is one of those teams that does not really like to go frag heavy as well. And for RECKONING Esports, pretty much the same storyline is going to repeat itself. For RECKONING Esports, there's a big chance they might just fumble up since they wait for the circle to pop up on top of them.
Exactly, and for Group B, I think it's not just RECKONING Esports. We need to talk about EVOX as well. EVOX in the last few days of play have brought a nice little bit of aggression into their performance, because of which they are sitting 7th on the overall leaderboard, but still not too far away from the danger zone. They're 7th with 127, RECKONING Esports is 8th with 126, and then on the 9th you have Vanguard 119, SINEWY 10th 117. These two teams are the ones that are breathing down the necks of RECKONING Esports and EVOX. H4K yesterday, Necro, they were phenomenal as well. In the last few days, H4K have kind of showcased that, yes, they can perform under pressure, but for them, they need that 120-pointer. Same goes for LASTADE. These two teams need that 20 bomb, but the problem is that that 20 bomb needs to come in the first game of the day, the map of Rondo.
Hey, 3 games, 1 big game is possible, right? And the odds of that are happening are quite massive as well. And now moving on towards that conversation off the top 8 itself, What is going to be your cutoff prediction?
Ooh, for Group B, I think it might just be about 140.
140? I think that's too less. I think it's going to go around 147. Cutoff might just go higher, especially watching these teams duke it out yesterday. We have seen so many waves being made towards that mid-pack, so I do believe that there's a big chance the cutoff might just go higher. We've got the team performance of Vanguard on the screens, and speaking of them, inside of the Week 3, Vanguard wasn't looking that strong either. But then moving on towards the Week 4, yes, a slight improvement, but you can still say the consistency is being maintained.
I mean, the consistency is being maintained, but as you see, total number of points, they have gone up, even though we see less number of finishes so far in Week 4 compared to Week 3. And even if they follow the same trajectory, they will finish with less number of finishes in Week 4 itself. The reason being that earlier on, we weren't really seeing Vanguard survive as much. But in Week 4, we are seeing, as we mentioned, especially yesterday, we saw them finish top 4 multiple times, which was one thing where Vanguard was failing. This team has a roster that's capable of fighting, but the problem is they were taking so many early fights that we would not really see Vanguard present in those endgame situations. Now, since they are making it into those endgame situations, the one thing they need to fix is they need to stay in the endgame, in the top 4, in the top 5 with all 4 players alive, so that they can stand a chance to close a match out with a chicken dinner.
It also feels like they're really self-doubting themselves, and that's why we're seeing a lot of those scenarios where Vanguard is messing up those fights as well, especially yesterday has to be the prime example. Vanguard, there were so many instances they could have actually won that fight too, but just messed things up because of rookie mistakes. Now we've also got the team performance coming through from EVOX from Week 3 to Week 4. For EVOX as well, I would not say there's a big disparity. You can still see the similar type of performance being put on the board over here too. Yes, in Week 3 they played 12 games. In Week 4 they've only played 9 games so far, so I do believe they are going to catch up.
Yeah, I think they're going to pretty much match the same average as of Week 3, as you mentioned. I think they're going to close out about 69 or 70 points in Week 4 as well, but with a higher number of finishes. That's what I'm hoping for. They just need 5 to match the same number of finishes as Week 3, and I think EVOX yesterday were hyper-aggressive. In fact, they have been hyper-aggressive in the entirety of Week 4, and this can benefit EVOX a lot. But this stat, I think, is what Rising Esports need to look at as well. Because if EVOX gets themselves to safety, that means Rising Esports will be the team under threat by the teams that are trying to qualify on that 8th spot.
Hey, we've been speaking a lot about teams now. Let's move on towards the individuals. We've got the top 5 players popping on the screen, and specifically for Group B, Hunters is going to be the man to lead the pack. We of course know inside of Group A who's the person that's leading the pack. It's going to be Knight from K9 Esports, but in Group B, Hunters, this man has been on a whole different level. But even SprayGod, the man's not too far back, getting 39 finishes and 38 knocks. Then you've also got Rapido coming through from NoNx, Godin as well right there from Wyld Fangs. In general, Wyld Fangs is quite a firepower-centric team, and once again, they're just proving it.
I think Wyld Fangs is just a team about firepower as far as their performance in the grind is considered. That's all we have seen from them, just the fights and them winning those fights. Hopefully today is going to be no different. We have Group B starting off on Rondo, then 2 Erangles for them, and then we have Group A performing 1 Erangle and then 2 Miramars to end off their journey of the grind, and of course to officially close out our journey as well for the grind, because coming up next after this is going to be the main event. We start things off of round 2.
I know, right? That's going to be really exciting. But hey, we were speaking about that 120 bomber, and the possibility of that coming through on the map of Rondo are quite high. We will see those early game fights as well, people taking advantage of the recalls, and I would love to see Vanguard as well take advantage of it and try and secure as many points as they can. Even LASTADE Esports, it's not a team that's lacking off either. LASTADE Esports does possess that firepower. All it takes is that one good fight, and they can be back on the block as well.
Man, but for all of these teams, trouble is being caused for them by the teams sitting at the top. Teams like NoNx, teams like Zutsu, teams like Genesis Esports, that have absolutely nothing to lose. But even though they have nothing to lose, one thing I like is that NoNx are still trying to make sure that they're getting clean in those firefights. But we'll come back to that once we have the game in front of us, because we have our predictions. And it seems like a lot of people, Necro, today are hoping to see SINEWY make a comeback.
I think SINEWY, the odds of them actually making a comeback are quite higher. That's why I personally went with H4K myself. I do believe H4K in the later stages, in the later weeks, they have been doing a phenomenal job in keeping themselves in check and actually keeping themselves around the top 8 as well. I do believe H4K is going to be that wild card.
I mean, see, you guys are looking for comebacks. I'm just looking for action, and that's why I picked Genesis. I just want to see those fights, man.
I don't know why you're just picking the teams at the top. Even yesterday you did the same thing. You picked Wyld Fangs, if I'm not wrong, and now you're picking up Genesis.
Yeah, my predictions aren't for those comebacks. I'm predicting the winners of the tournament.
You just want to see someone create that vacuum.
No, I want to see these teams perform all the way to the finals.
Okay, well, maybe you are directly making that prediction of finals, I guess.
Pretty much,
you're going to see towards the LAN finals in the end. But hey, that's a long shot, for now at least, because we've seen a lot of these teams dominate in the early phases, then later on, something happens to them in the survival stage, or even the quarterfinals, and they just slack off instantly. So nothing can be said right now. Things can be unstable later on. But as of now, it's all about LASTADE, H4K, it's all about SINEWY, Vanguard, and if these teams are able to make that bounce back in the top 8, that's going to be monumental.
Exactly, and at this time, I only have one advice for these teams. Just drop clash the team sitting on that 7th and the 8th position. Go for EVOX, go for Rising Esports. But is that going to happen in Rondo? Are we going to see that in Orangle? Time to find that out.
Planes in the skies, ladies and gentlemen, this time on the map of Rondo, and this plane fly path, it's going to be really interesting. Are we going to see 2 plane fly paths, or is it just going to be 1? Come on, since it's the final day of the grind, I would love to see 2 plane fly paths, but no, that's not the case. We've only got 1 single plane fly path, starting all the way from the northern side next to Ryan, and then ending all the way towards Tin Long Garden, which means NoNx Factory, that's definitely going to be the hot spot.
Yeah, but Necro, right off the bat, you have one of your wishes denied about the 2 plane flight paths. Your next wish is to see H4K make a comeback, and for them this Rondo is of the utmost important. And so far H4K, they haven't really done too well on this map. They have 12 finishes, just 1 placement point to their name, 13 in total. If there was a time to perform out of your minds for a team like H4K, this is going to be it. And we see them take that early drop towards NoNx Factory as well. And EVOX on the other end of the spectrum, they are playing it quite safe. One of the first teams to exit that plane, and they have gone for the northeastern quadrant of the map.
I feel like you're really underestimating H4K here. Just watch them. Now they've got the power of Nectar with them, and they're going to start winning fights left, right, center. NoNx Factory, it's going to be mopped up by H4K. It's not even a question. You've got Zutsu from H4K actually moving on towards one of the recall towers. That's going to be isolated too. And then you move on towards NoNx Factory, and around that territory, you already do see Rising Esports get absolutely dominated by Zutsu. 2 men already down, done and dusted.
Yeah, and I believe H4K were able to pick off 1 point off of that fight as well. As long as they get those third parties to perfection, as long as they're picking off a few individuals here and there, it is all good and dandy for the side of H4K. But unfortunately, the next thing we see, it's going to be them lose out on one of their players. But there's going to be another place where we have a massive drop clash happening. This one is going to be the Night Mobs taking on NoNx, with Vanguard and LASTADE watching from the nearby vicinity.
So let's just say 150 is going to be the safety cushion.
Yeah, pretty much.
You need to cross that 150 points marker to be around that safer block. For Night Mobs, they don't even need a lot of points. Just a few more individual frags, and even that's going to cut it. The Night Mobs have qualified. It's not even a question.
I think in Night Mobs, as far as we know, they're very good at drop fights. So a map like Rondo actually favors their playstyle as well, so it should not be too difficult. But Vanguard Insidious gets taken out by Rexboy from the side of SINEWY.
Oh no, that's Unish 2OP in the pack lines. And Unish 2OP. Now the man's trying to play it a little bit suppressed. He does not want to just peek out yet. Take a sweet little time to see what exactly is going on around him. SINEWY on the opposite side of the spectrum though. SINEWY, they've got something else cooking up. Dionys is in the back lines, Unish 2OP in the front. And Dionys he's got that perfect cover fire set up. The moment anyone tries to make that pounce on top of Unish, Dionys from the back is definitely going to try and dome him down. So for SINEWY, things need to be taken a little bit more cautiously. Maybe toss a smoke towards that house and then make that pounce.
I mean, that could be a game plan of theirs, but let's see. At this point, I think they can just press the numbers, but Dionys finds a brilliant angle to work with. Ninja knocked out, and this could be the pressure that Vanguard need on the players of SINEWY. Unish 2OP with the nade is going to see if he can knock out one more man from the side of SINEWY Esports. Doesn't really succeed though, although they do end up securing that finish point of theirs.
Oh my god, Johnny. Vanguard can be eliminated completely from the game. The remaining 2 players are done and dusted as well. And these are the only 2 players still fighting for that recall tower. Vanguard, the game can be spoiled. There's only 1 man that stands a chance. And now Unish 2OP, he's pretty much fighting his own death. If Unish 2OP gets dealt with, this is it for Vanguard. They've been eliminated from the game. Unish 2OP literally needs to fight for his life. Yeah. He cannot keep on taking fights left, right, and center. He needs to take a little bit of that chill pill. Let the course of the action take over. and see what he can do.
He's given up too much info to the players of SINEWY, and even AimGod from the side of NoNx is waiting for him on the other side. I don't think he makes it, and there you have it. Vanguard eliminated from this map of Rondo, a map that they desperately needed to convert.
Oh my god, for Vanguard, it's a major heartbreak. The two players initially were eliminated. These two players were contested too. Where do you go? Absolutely trapped. Nowhere to go, nowhere to escape. Messed up. And now looking at the boys of SINEWY, they do have the backup plan available. SINEWY can directly make the pounce if they want. But still, taking things a little bit more slow and cautiously can of course reward you as well. Just want to make the most out of this entire drop clash they've got. NoNx in the front lines, Arthur is the man. And Arthur knows there's someone right next to him. That's why he just backs away instantly. Does not want to be a part of the action either. The man's got his hands on the natives wall, and now he knows exactly where the opponent is too. Tosses out one of the utils, and that's going to be a smoke. Blocking off that angle completely. SINEWY is now on the back foot. Arthur spotting out one of the men from the side of SINEWY. That's some good prediction.
Yeah. Heard the footsteps tracked it to perfection, but needs to be cautious. That's Zutsu closing in the backlines as well. My apologies, it's TKM that are moving in from the rear. And Arthur, even though as an individual, he has been quite phenomenal for the side of NoNx, bringing in a lot of elimination points game after game. They have to be cautious. AimGod spots out Zerif from TKM. A few shots fired, no connection found though. And look at the finish feed. Even EVOX could be under pressure. They found Mox from the side of SINEWY, and Mox is able to get a few finishes for himself. Well, at least one.
Yeah, it's going to be the pressure now mounting up on top of each other. Look at that man from the Night Mob spotted too. Now is making up the stairs. His position's compromised. 2 shots already taken. 3 bullets in the magazine. Aimbot needs to get a fresh one, and that's what he does. Now he knows exactly where that man from the Night Mobs is. He cannot even keep on spamming the corner. He does not have an extended mag. So he needs to be really selective with his shots. And eventually AimGod, even he's getting surrounded by the foes. The man's taken down barely in a sort of HP. He's taken down at just 1 HP. From the back, it's all going to be SINEWY knocking on the doors. And the elimination point, it gets just sucked away.
SINEWY have 6 eliminations in this game already. And let's not forget that they did not need a push that heavy in order to find their break inside of the top 8. Just inching closer to Rising Esports every single finish that they get. And well, a few more points present themselves in the form of Team X Esports, whose numbers, I believe, are going to be dwindled down by the side of TKM. But Ninja from the side of SINEWY needs to be cautious. There's Arthur sitting on the roof. And Arthur has not moved in a while, so I don't know if Ninja is going to be aware of his presence while Rexboy has seen him.
Oh,
and the nade is just going to be perfect. The knock is going to be secured. That's 1 more point for SINEWY.
That's a brilliant nade. SINEWY 7 frags on the board already. Looking pretty good. Looking clean. The Night Mobs, look at them. Even they're trying their best to fight back, but eventually the Night Mobs getting outnumbered. The big man taken care of. And just like that, X Esports, they now start to clench their fists, as it seems like they're going to be the one to rule all of this area. Collecting those scrappy points, hearing them off the floor as well with the remnants of the opponents. Ninja still knocked out for SINEWY. There's Rexboy in the back lines, and Rexboy, I highly doubt just one individual can do anything. 2 nades in the hands of Pratik, and this one's being tossed to perfection. The presence of mind from X Esports, it's brilliant. They knew exactly where the man was, and there we go. SINEWY, done and dusted. Yes, now there's going to be the recall as well coming through, so it's all good.
Yeah, but SINEWY need to be cautious with those recalls as well, because remember Mox, well, he was quite close to the players of EVOX. He was able to secure a finish, but now he's surrounded by EVOX again. So there is a possibility that SINEWY go out as soon as they drop back in the map. Look at that. Towards Opan. Mokshi's surrounded by EVOX, and I want to see what goes down over there. But we have a shift of the circle, and it is going to be towards the southwest of the previous one.
It's 4K in the smack center. Look at TWOB Executor being pushed. Why is the man just thrown out in the open like that? And that's going to be free elimination point just confirmed. EVOX tossing out the utility. SINEWY now just getting fiddled with. And that's going to be free elimination point just eaten. EVOX is going to be feeling pretty good about this one. Not even taking a single casualty at the same time, just looting up these elimination points and the death crate. EVOX knows there's still one man they're searching. And where is that one player?
EVOX is helping out Rising Esports a lot by eliminating SINEWY right now because Vanguard took an early exit, so they can't fight it up. SINEWY was the main threat for Rising Esports. And with one last player remaining, not a lot of hope for the side of SINEWY as well. H4K is a little too far away. H4K needs a chicken dinner.
You can't say 15 points as well can actually do the trick for H4K. Yeah, but that's going to put them literally next to Rising Esports.
Yeah.
It's better to have that 20 points bomber and just topple over the players of Rising Esports. That's going to be better. NoNx Esports. Be careful. That's going to be the first man knocked. The big boy taken care of. X Esports is hurt. The big boy now trying to crawl back to safety. Adi's position compromised. Look at these utilities. Godin taken care of. Another man in the front. That's going to be spray caught. But what did I just see? Why is Adi just tossing out utilities? This is so weird. Why did he not pull out the gun at the right time? Spray God literally gets a second shot at life. This is what you call throwing a fight.
Pretty much on Team X Esports. They're going to be kicking themselves because that could have been an easy win. But then again, I mean, now it's going to be a little too late to talk about those details. Prateek sitting in a corner, can't really do much. They had the opening knock on to Goat and it was down to Adi and Spray God. I agree with you, could have actually gone for a duel, but I think he thought that maybe the nade would be enough damage to take down Spray God.
No, but he tossed that first nade, then he pulls out the second one and tosses it as well. Why?
I don't understand.
And the funny part is, Spray God is whiffing shots as well. He's reloading on his face.
The jiggle around the wall, the broken wall through that gap was very impressive, but the decision to go for that nade instead of the weapon was a little bit questionable. Anyways, heat of the moment, and Team X Esports are anyways too far away from qualification for round 4.
I do believe there's still a possibility.
Really?
120 bomber. Even X Esports is right there around the block. And hey, luckily enough, X Esports, they do get the recall as well, right? So it's all good in the hood as of now. All the 4 players back on the block. Still, there's a chance they can win the fight against Wyld Fangs. Spray God, he's up top. And look at Prateek. The man's too exposed from the back lines, and Prateek gets eliminated. Team Tamilas claiming that elimination point, and Wyld Fangs knew exactly what just happened. But Wyld Fangs themselves now need to be a little bit careful off the campers around them. Team Tamilas, they're setting up a big field trap. Wyld Fangs is being surrounded too. They need to find a breaking point. They need to break through this deadlock as well. Looking at the circle, it's going to shift towards the left side once again, around NoNx factory actually.
Yeah, just a decent cluster of that NoNx factory compound inside of the play zone. But this one is going to be quite exposed, to be honest. I mean, anyone who gets to the center early needs to find a safe haven to work with for the late game stages. That is going to work out perfect, but Rising Esports.
What? Do they know the circle's not on them? They're still sitting
I think they
outside
do.
of the circle.
They're just paranoid about Zutsu, maybe. That's the only explanation I have for it.
Interesting. I just hope they make the rotation quick, because that's how Rising Esports likes to play.
The problem is that we know to get out of position, and we've seen it multiple times, you need to take that fight. There is no way you avoid it and survive for the late game stage. And as you've been pointing it out for the last few days, Rising Esports does not fight well early.
It's not just early, man. Even late games, let's be honest, they try to avoid fights.
Hey, man, I did not want to say it, to be honest.
Unless the opponent's literally just brute forcing themselves, that's the only time Rising Esports will actually go for a fight.
Unless it's like 100% guarantee that they're going to win. They don't risk it. They don't take any risk.
We can call them a submissive team, right?
I mean, I was just about to ask the question, then what are they rising from?
Submission.
We're going to... Well, like, that fits better if they qualify for round 4, I guess.
I guess.
If they finish on in the top 8. Hey, today is the decisive day then. Perfect.
I know, right? If they do actually keep themselves in the top 8, that's well and good. If they do fall off, expected.
Yeah. It's harsh. I know what we're saying is harsh, but that is what has been happening. The start of their journey, at least the first 3 days, they were phenomenal. And since then, they've just completely tumbled down, all because they keep losing their 4v4s.
But egg zone's also going to be important. Where is it going to pop up? Is it going to pop up on top of KALINGA Esports? Is it going to go down south on H4K? Wyld Fangs now once again shifting their focus back on the players of X Esports. They're just not letting go of this tail. They really want to shut down X Esports no matter what. Getting another confirmation on the block. They know where the remaining man is as well. And Pratik is all the way down south. And whenever I see Pratik, that one moment pops up where he self-naded himself on Orango.
My goodness, Necro. I mean, you're never going to let that go, huh?
I think that is like the funniest moment of my whole career.
Really?
Has to be. Easily the funniest moment. But hey, X Esports. Oh no, Wyld Fangs around them. It's constantly keeping them checked. The pressure as well constantly rising up, and the man in the back, Monty, his position's not noticed yet. But now it definitely will be. Monty drops down, position will be compromised as well. They know where the shots are coming through. And look at Pratik. The moment he comes in, he instantly gets knocked down.
Yes, Spraygod pretty much got all three players from the side of Team X Esports. He was the one finishing off Adi. And now he got two more knocks, allowing his team a free reign of this fight. Free control for the side of Wyld Fangs. And as you were talking about it, Wyld Fangs chasing this tail of Team X Esports, I think Spraygod just wanted to ask Adi why go for the nade over there.
I know, right? But hey, this nade, it might just be on the mark. Toss to perfection, looks pretty good. That C4's not able to do anything. Another one tossed out. Hopefully this one's going to stick at the right mark. And now it's Sam and his teammate pushing in tandem with the shotguns. This is going to be a tough pill to swallow for the players of X Esports, but they're still fighting back. How does this just happen? And oh my god! Wyld Fangs, now it's taken down to a 1v1. Still a chance the opponent can actually win this one. Spraygod's whiffing shots! X Esports! They flipped the odds and they flipped the tables! Reality check handed out! And Lion! He proves why his name is Lion. He is here to rule, and he rules that fight.
What a roar coming through from X Esports, man. I mean, Lion in particular, as you mentioned, just chips away on every single pixel of Spraygod over there. But Necro, we have H4K on our screens right now, and they are taking on the side of Genesis. Sujal has found an opening for his team, but it's just down to the last two players from the side of H4K as well. And Genesis, they want to make this bounce. Sujal under pressure. He falls back, puts a little bit of distance between him and the players of Genesis Esports. And Genesis, they have numbers, but by the grace of God, for the save of H4K, Zutsu show up. And this is a fight that Genesis have been really struggling with in the last few days. They haven't really found an answer to how to take down the players of Zutsu. Well, this could be it. The first knock is going to be secured by Genesis as Naughty hits the floor.
Yeah, they've got the advantage now. But even Gravity's taking a lot of damage. And there we go. Wiper falls apart too. The man was too greedy to hand out the death blow. And now H4K from the back as well, just scratching away. Oh no, Genesis Esports, they found themselves in probably one of the worst possible spots. They're getting shot at from the back lines, even from the front. It's going to be Zutsu mounting that constant pressure. Where do you go? Zutsu's constantly on the move. Now pushing him close and personal. Flock gets taken down real low. But Zutsu, they're not going to fall away just like that. Instead, they push up and shut down another player. For Genesis, there's just one last man standing in the front lines, and I highly doubt he can be the difference maker. Ash shut down as well, but still this one man from Genesis, he's actually handing out reality checks. It's now taken down to a 1v1. Somehow Fury is keeping Genesis in the race. Runs out of bullets in the magazine. Shuts down that last player too. But from the back, it's H4K to claim that final elimination point. Even Genesis gets eliminated, but Fury, what a quick three-piece that was.
Yeah, impressive performance from Fury. But unfortunately, as you mentioned, and as we saw, no time to celebrate. The third party from H4K was phenomenal. And even if these two individuals from the side of H4K capitalize like this, I think they can inch closer to that top 8 spot. But man, oh man, Necro, look at who's sitting smack center of the circle. It's going to be Rising Esports, sharing the terrain a little bit with the players of KALINGA, but KALINGA have been put under pressure now. And this could be the match where Rising Esports kind of attain that safety cushion that we were talking about earlier in the pre-show.
No, they won't.
Oh man, as soon as I say that, NoNx
I told you,
them out.
They just won't. That is probably one of the worst possible spot Rising Esports could have actually went in for. What are they even thinking?
Do they not have deployable coverage yet?
You know, Rising Esports, they're just simple. They're like, okay, circle pops up, go center, do not care if you have cover or not. Just be in the center. We don't care. I mean, come on, man. You got to look at the terrain as well around you. You got to look at all the possibilities, all the angles that you can be shot at from. Surrounding awareness is also important.
That is what
this game is not just about placing yourself in the center and just playing around the zone. No, it's also about fighting. It's also about survival. And survival also means fighting and being careful and cautious.
I mean, even in those split-second decisions as well, Rising Esports always seem to struggle. But a recap of Genesis taking on the players of Zutsu, and I mean, a phenomenal fight coming through from the set of Fury. As you mentioned, the 3-piece taking down 2 players, and then this lost spray. He was like, all right, missed a lot of shots from the shotgun, might as well just go for the M4.
I forgot to point out something. I'm not sure if you noticed that. Ash had a 6x on his S12K.
Oh, really?
When he scoped in, there was a whole 6x on the opponent, and then he realized, oh no, scoping it is not the right idea. I might as well just want to hip fire it, and then in the end, he just gets shut down.
Did he say 6x on the S12K?
Yes.
What's the point?
Exactly. I think he just wanted to quick scope the entire opponent, but unfortunately realized that it's not really possible.
I think that was a scope switch on the M4, maybe for the close range or something like that.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Could be.
But then he scopes in with the S12K to shut down the opponent, and then he realizes, oh no, it's a 6x on my S12K. I can't do it.
Too much zoom.
When he scopes out, he's already eliminated.
Oh man, these heat of the moment shenanigans are sometimes hilarious.
TWOB. Utilities tossed against him. H4K in the backlines as well. The man's chipped up real low.
You know what's going to be surprising?
What?
If TWOB ends up securing back-to-back chicken dinners on the last day.
I don't think that's still going to create a lot of difference.
It would, but I just said it would be surprising.
A back-to-back chicken dinner.
Yeah.
With a lot of elimination points as well. That's what they need.
Every game is a 30 bomb.
Even 2 30 bombs can actually do it. That's 60 points on the block
70,
instantly.
right?
Yeah, that's 60 points on the block. And then TWOB, they've pretty much qualified, actually. If they get 60 points right now, they've qualified.
Let's see. I mean, we have just given them their mathematical hope, but let's see how things turn out as TWOB, they make the bounce on the players of 40R. Utils lobbed out. Executor is pushed up a lot. Pain is live dropped extremely low, but from the backlines, Daniel falls and Executor falls as well. What we were talking about was just hypotheticals, but reality hits completely different as TWOB are getting destroyed.
Looking at TWOB now, it seems like they just don't really care. Did you see that push? That was so random. Through the smoke, the man pushed in with the vehicle, got absolutely annihilated. And my question is, what else did you expect? TWOB on the opposite side, EVOX as well now tossing in those utilities. As the rivals of TWOB, even they're facing the brunt. 4TR as well just falling apart slowly and steadily. H4K taking a bit of that chip damage against the opponents. EVOX now just want to shut down the remnants of 4TR as even Pain His Life gets confirmed. That's the big man taken care of. EVOX, the position is good, but the problem is there's just one man standing. It's not a good spot to be in.
For sure. Especially, I mean, they are outside the safe zone by a bunch. And TrueRippers, I think they've kind of started to check where the commotion was coming from, what it was all about. And look at that, they pick off Inferno. I believe Colin is going to be spotted out in a few moments as well. We're down to the top 7 teams, 23 players still alive in this game. And on our screens right now, it's going to be LASTADE making a pounce on the players of NoNx, it seems like. Nade from AimGod drops down bad OP, and AimGod, he wanted to make that push, but realizes there's too many players on the other side.
NoNx now tossing out the utilities. It's AimGod, who really wants to be a troublemaker. Another nade tossed out. Stone BGMI taken down real low. A few shots. That's going to be the nail in the coffin. LASTADE now alive with only 2 players left standing. Josh gets taken down to low HP as well. Another nade that's going to be tossed in towards that same mark. And this one, it's going to take 2 away with it. LASTADE now down to just that one last glimmer of hope. And that too is going to be Joyish. What can the man really do? Sitting inside a vehicle, and I'm pretty sure NoNx, they're going to be expecting it too. And there we go. Eventually, Joyish, he does peek out, but he's the only person in the entirety of the enemy line as Joyish gets eliminated from the game as well.
Oh man, NoNx still firing on all cylinders from the distance. Team Tamilas, they also don't want to let anything slip away. A phenomenal run from Team Tamilas in the last few days, by the way. Shutting down EVOX right now as KALINGA gets picked off. They know exactly where the players of NoNx are. But Necro, Rising Esports, 0 finishes in the game. They find themselves in the top 5.
The funny part is, Rising Esports is such a low-tier threat that no one even cares about eliminating them.
They know they're not going to fight at all.
Yeah, they know they're not going to fight. They know they're not going to take shots anyways. Team Tamilas, as of now, they've got bigger problems. And that's going to be in the name of KALINGA Esports. Utilities tossed out. KALINGA already down 2 players. But hey, the defense, it's being played to perfection. KALINGA Esports still holding on towards that spot. That's what you love to see. NoNx now busy taking shots against KALINGA. Even though NoNx knows there's Rising Esports underneath them, they're still not even bothering to take shots against him because Rising Esports is just not a threat.
No one is taking shots on Rising Esports. Everyone, I think, is just hoping that, all right, if we go up against Rising Esports 4v4, we are going to win the game. So let's just save them for later because this is going to be an easy fight. And let's just take out the threats on the outer side. Because KALINGA Esports actually can be a big troublemaker with the terrain that they had. They could pick off the players of NoNx mid-rotation, and NoNx, they've gone for a flank, distracting the players of KALINGA Esports, and I believe they are going to try and build up pressure on them from 2 different directions, but as of now, they pick things off against the players of H4K. Sujal knocked out. Wizard is going to be the next man in line.
H4K is taking a lot of damage. The man's knocked out. Revival possibilities extremely low. NoNx is constantly applying that pressure. Wizard's position compromised as well. Where do you go? Wizard is trapped. He's only got that dip to play with. And look at that pixel. It's being spotted too. Arthur's getting shot at. NoNx really are searching for that one last man of H4K because they know that's going to be the free elimination point they're searching for. The Blues on the move. Wizard's going to be confirmed soon.
There you go. Picked up by Arthur. 8 points for the side of NoNx. Now it's a 4 versus 4 versus 2. As it's NoNx, Rising Esports, and KALINGA Esports remaining inside of the game. And even if KALINGA Esports get taken out by NoNx and Rising Esports ends up winning the chicken dinner, it's just going to be 14 points in the bag. It kind of pushes them to a safer position because what did you say the cutoff was going to be?
147, that's what I think.
Right, and we were saying 150 for safety, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Rising Esports can inch closer to 150 marker, but by the time they do that, we're going to be down to the last wrangle.
Look at NoNx. They first want to deal with KALINGA and then maybe Rising Esports, but now Rising Esports is on the move. They finally have realized it's time to do something.
It's too
they
late.
finally walk out of their shells, but I feel like this might just be a mistake. What is this fight? It's probably one of the most random fights I've seen so far. Yes, Rising Esports, they do win that one duel, but what about the remaining picture? There's still going to be the entirety of NoNx just collapsing on top of you soon. Utilities are also going to be tossed on top of you. AimGod is getting shot at by the boys of KALINGA, and there's also a bit of that cover fire coming through. That one single nade was well placed, and that's going to do the job. Rising Esports, they've messed up all of that passive play just to make a move like that.
Yeah, I agree. It was a play made extremely late. They should have gone after NoNx earlier, and now they were just surrounded. As you mentioned, KALINGA Esports, the third party, played to perfection, and now NoNx, they spotted the players of KALINGA Esports on the move as well. They know where the remaining players from the side of Rising Esports are. NoNx, the odds stacked in their favor. Rising Esports, the chicken dinner possibility snatched away, and they still have no eliminations to show for this game. If they end this match of Rondo with just finishing in the top 3, that's just going to be 5 points in total, man. That's the worst possible Rondo you could have, being in the top 3.
NoNx is looking real good.
Yeah.
10 finish points acquired. Dominating this entire game. They just want to show their masterclass. And the crazy part is they actually got that revival on the fallen comrade as well. So even that man's back up. Everything is laid out to perfection. Rising Esports now live with just a 2-man squad. What are they really going to do? They could have actually stood a chance to win the game if they had all the 4 players on the block right now. But that push was so random. Nothing was calculated. KALINGA Esports is now dropping down bodies. Pasha OP, he's the only person in the backlines. Nate's being tossed against Rising Esports as well at the same time. Smoke's being utilized by NoNx. This is interesting. Rising Esports is 2 players still in the front. NoNx, do they know? And yes is going to be the answer. Utilities tossed to perfection. Another man drops down. Even the flames now starting to spread. Rising Esports, they get eliminated on the 3rd spot. KALINGA on the verge of being eliminated on the 2nd. Owen falls down. Pasha in the back lines, the only person alive. I highly doubt he's going to be standing alive for too long as well. He does not look strong at all. And now these S12Ks, they're making the march of death. And that's going to be it. KALINGA Esports, done and dusted.
NoNx is turning out to be a very scary team to go up against. I mean, especially towards the end game when they sent out their 2-star performers to go after Rising Esports and KALINGA Esports. It was Rapido and Arthur. Both the players that have close to about 30 to 33% finish contribution for their team. Man, that is a scary duo that you can have charging towards you. And from the backlines, you have players like AimGod and Fame providing that support. As you were talking about it, NoNx has pounced on the players of Rising Esports when they knocked out Fame or Arthur on the flank. For me, the impressive moment there, I wish we can get to see that, was the fact that AimGod charged forward with a nade out into the open. His teammates providing enough cover fire for him to actually lob that nade and find that knock. Look at this. Look at where he is. He has nothing to protect him.
Yeah,
it
that
was just
brilliant.
a tree.
The crazy part is his teammate was giving the constant pings as well. So that's why tossing that nade just got even easier. And that's what Rising Esports should have realized before. They should have just finished off the man who was knocked out first, and then maybe think of the future plan.
And I think Rising Esports had no utility as well, because ideally in a situation like this, you would want to block at least one angle with a smoke, at least block out the remaining players from NoNx, so that the 2 players that stay behind can openly put pressure on the side of KALINGA Esports. But hey, at this point, they finished this match with 5 points. I don't know what's going to happen in the upcoming 2 angles. I can't wait to find out. Stats for the side of NoNx, who were absolutely incredible, not just in this rondo, but I think ever since Week 3 began and we saw this comeback from Rondo that day when they went from bottom 3 to being in the top 3. This team has not slowed down even for a second.
But hey, Johnny, that's a 24-pointer right there from the side of NoNx. KALINGA Esports getting a 2nd spot. That also means that even KALINGA Esports is trying their best to initiate that comeback. But now they've only got 2 games to go, and KALINGA, they need 120 bomber at least. Speaking for H4K, that was quite a decent game. They did have a few elimination points to work with and a few placement points as well. For Rising Esports, that just means now the cutoff is going to amp up even more.
I think the door is wide open for teams like H4K, for teams like Vanguard and SINEWY. The opportunity is still there. 2 more angles to go. What will happen? Only time will tell. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. Stay right back. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this. Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, some things never change, like NoNx closing out that match and me dropping the ball, just like Rising Esports, right towards the very end. But joining me on the panel right now, it's going to be a different man. It's going to be Icy Baby 1-2. And we have a lot of hope for the LASTADE angle from Rising Esports, do we?
Wow, that's going to be a tough one here, considering how they have had their moments of bouncing back up. But after watching them drop that ball just now, I don't know. They're still kind of in the running, in the race at least here, especially for 2 more games to go. So I would say they still have a fair shot. But for you guys watching at home, guess what? You guys have a fair shot to get yourself some Peaky Blinders cosmetics right now. It is currently available. You can check out the persona avatar of a Thomas Shelby and also the Arthur Shelby setup. And of course, if you can bring yourself some Thompsons out for a Pachinki ride, that's going to be some gangster moves.
Exactly, man. I mean, growing up, we were all obsessed with The Godfather. I loved the book, loved the movies as well, and the show. I'm finally starting to watch a few episodes, by the way. And of course, Thompson is the OG weapon, as you mentioned, from that era. If you want to use it in the game, it's viable inside of the game as well. The rate of fire is pretty good.
Well, I would say, you know, if you want to go for a couple of jiggle shots, then having an SMG is great, but I would still prefer a shotgun anytime. But for all things considered here, the MVP from that match is going to be Aim God coming from Team Tamilas. Followed with him is going to be Pain is Life, Arthur from NoNx, and also Flock from Zutsu. Nothing out of the ordinary here, I would say. 4 very, very standout-ish players, but at the same time, NoNx was the one that clutched out the winner chicken dinner. But let's take a look at the point standings here, how it will affect the teams who is going to be racing for the top 8. NoNx 24, they're sitting comfortably at the top. No reason to actually get so many points, to be honest.
I mean, no reason to do that apart from just flexing on Genesis and Zutsu like, hey guys, weren't you guys playing from day number 1? What about now, huh? Maybe that's going to be the conversation between the top 3. But anyways, I want to talk about this because I mentioned this during the game as well. Rising Esports, if you do not get finishes on Rondo, it's not even worth surviving till the top 3. Because you see them, they ended the game in the top 3 and yet they were sitting on the 12th spot. Right now, Rising Esports is there in the overall leaderboard on the 8th position with 131 points. And again, SINEWY, they did kind of manage to catch up, 124 for SINEWY. Vanguard is there on the 10th with 120, H4K 116. Also finding themselves in a very nice position from where, considering the next 2 maps are going to be Wrangle, they can secure a chicken dinner and take that 8th spot away from Rising Esports. I want to ask a question to you, IC. I mean, at this point, all of us agree that Rising Esports is under threat. But I want to know from you, do you think EVOX is under threat as well?
I think EVOX is also under threat as well. Like, the safe ballpark is going to be where TKM is about 145 points. But even then, it's still in jeopardy just because of the fact that SINEWY, Vanguard, and H4K, if they have massive games back-to-back in the 2 remaining matches, they should be jeopardized mathematically. But realistically wise, you know, I don't believe any of these teams is going to have like 2 massive games coincidentally. I'm talking about not one team. I'm talking about 2 teams consistently having massive games in these last 2 matches for them. I highly doubt that's going to be happening. Like, the percentage is so low.
Because only one of them can succeed at a time, and if one of them has a big game, that means the other one has failed. And then if it switches up in the next game, that kind of benefits the side of EVOX, I guess, in the end. So I think that is one thing that EVOX is hoping for. One more thing that they're hoping for is, or they should be able to do inside of the game, need to do is get those finishes as early as possible. Drop Clash Rising Esports, man, you know they are struggling. Just take them out early. That's 4 points.
It might happen here, but it seems like we are going to be having a player substitution again. This is going to be coming in from NoNx Esports. They are going to be subbing out Monty and putting Prince 69 in. So I'm surprised that Monty is being subbed out here, considering that Monty has been the core coming from NoNx Esports. But after seeing him play in Rondo here, I was a little bit doubting him as well, because I saw his engagement against Wyld Fangs and he had a really nice off angle, but his split-second decision of being clueless for like, I think 5 seconds resulted in 2 of his teammates getting taken out, forcing him towards a 1 versus 1 with Spray God, with Lion taking him out. So it might have been one of the cause of why they actually got eliminated.
Could be. I mean, NoNx Esports, I think for me, they were just like under too much pressure. I want to know from you, because I have selective amnesia. Yesterday also we saw the same substitution from the side of NoNx Esports. How did it work out? I
think it's a little bit too late for them to actually figure things out here, considering they are going to be practicing for game time, I would say. But without further ado, let's jump into the game right here, right now.
Alright, the penultimate game for Group B. It's going to be the map of Wrangle once again and again. A lot of hope for a few key names. EVOX, Rising Esports, SINEWY, Vanguard, and H4K. Eyes are going to be pinned on these 5 teams as everyone else tries to deliver their best on this map of Erangel. And for some reason, we are getting the preferable flight paths by the players. The flight paths that are preferred by the players on these last few matches. Even on Rondo, it was a very central flight path. And on Erangel, it's pretty much the same thing.
Now, let's talk a little bit shop here based on the map standings in Erangel in particular. X Esports does do pretty okay in the second half in particular, but for them to actually qualify right now means that they need a chicken dinner from this game and the next game in order for them to stand a chance to knock Rising Esports. And on the contrary as well, SINEWY does really, really well in this map. So this might be an opportunity for SINEWY to actually catch up to Rising Esports, who's been devastated in this game in particular, in this map in particular.
I mean, the opportunity could be there, but let's see how things turn out. Rising Esports, I think all of us have agreed on this, that the aggression, the one thing that they lack is the one thing that they need to survive. And I would like to see where are they going to go. I mean, pretty much Ferrypier and Primos, we all know where Rising Esports is going to start from. Do not like to fight it out early. I'm just hoping that this time they are forced into that early fight because the flight path is a little bit far away from Primorsk and Ferrypier, so they are going to be forced to drop towards Query or towards that Western Highway. And one thing that I'm happy with is the fact that everyone has figured out that do not fight TKM early. Otherwise, it's not too healthy for you and your survival stats inside of the game. And everyone just drops extremely far away from farm now.
Well, fair enough. But at the same time as well, you know what's really surprising? I'm surprised to see Team Tamilas actually dropping towards Kamishki. TWOB has pretty much abandoned ship from Kamishki, and they're going to be heading back to Zarki once again. It seems like they have 3 different drop spots here from TWOB. In particular, Zarki, Kamishki, and also Novo at one point. But for them to actually have a read that Team Tamilas might be drop clashing here is interesting for me because I've never seen Team Tamilas hit towards that direction at all. Like, they usually kind of loiter around outside of Built-Up Hour, I would say.
They went there once when I think it was a flight path for Stalber Kamishki, and at that time they were able to find a few picks because in the same game TWOB went for the northern side of the Stalber Hill. But since then, yes, this is the second time in the entire journey in the grind that Team Tamilas has gone for that Kamishki drop. And for TWOB, I think they're just going to be happy about the fact that KALINGA Esports does not decide to join them for Northern Giorgio. So they do not have to go all the way towards Zarki. They can just take control of the apartments of Northern Giorgio and be happy with that. This switch and drop, though, how does this work out for KALINGA Esports is also going to be a question. On the other side of things, we have 4TR playing from Giorgio Containers and the main city. EVOX going for Gutka, the western side of Gutka and Query. Rising Esports, they go Ferrypier Primorsk, kind of sharing the Ferrypier situation with Zutsu, but Zutsu have backed off. TKM, as we mentioned, no one around them, so they're going to be upset why no one likes them and why everyone has been avoiding them all this time. LASTADE and Team X Esports sharing Rozok and Boatyard. And on our screens, we have H4K, who have started from Severny, have found a loot truck for themselves. And H4K is a team that Necro really believes in, that they might be able to clinch into that 8th position.
Oh, it's still very possible as well. It all comes down to whether or not they clutch the chicken dinner this game. But you know what's really concerning for me is that because of the encounter between SINEWY and 4TR in Miramar for so many times, both of them in the bottom 8. And SINEWY does have 3 chicken dinners coming in from Erangel in particular. So that means their small little encounter at Miramar has starting to hurt them to a point that now they're both risk not making the top 8. And 4TR, I'm pretty sure they are going to be out in the running because SINEWY, they are closer to Rising Esports, which again, this is a comfort map for them. They have to win this. It's now or never for SINEWY in particular. But for Genesis, I would say they don't care. They're just going to be on a hunt, I guess. 169
points for Genesis. I think at this point, they're just hoping that they can catch up to NoNx just to flex on everyone that, yes, we were the table toppers for our group at the end of a journey in the grind. And of course, even for the players, it's going to be a good morale boost, but there could be different things happening in the boot camp, different discussions in the Genesis boot camp. Maybe they're just hoping to figure out different ways to win those team fights for the later stages of the tournament. But a few moments ago, we did see them lurking around the players of KALINGA Esports, hoping for a few extra finishes. And as you were talking about SINEWY, I do have to say this. I mean, this circle kind of favors SINEWY as well. We have a central circle. SINEWY is in Pachinki all alone. And if they do not get pushed upon, at least in the mid-game stages, I think SINEWY, they will have a lot of loot to work with for the late-game stages. Then it all just comes down to positioning and fight selection.
Well, speaking of fight selection right now, their closest target is going to be NoNx on the north side and TKM on the east side. Are those good selections here for SINEWY? You get what I mean?
Yeah.
That feels like a nightmare. ready to be unfold very, very soon.
NoNx is a nightmare for anyone. Everyone, in fact. Last game, they became a nightmare for Zutsu at one point.
Oh, fair point. But surprise, surprise, Esports actually making a very early rotation in towards Boatyard and Rozok. Not exactly sure how they actually made it out there, but I believe they usually go towards military base. So, interesting enough, especially in the yesterday's games and the day before, military base and Novo has been kind of empty.
Yeah.
Weird.
Esports have switched drops, as you mentioned, since I think it started yesterday only, where they just completely let go of military base because TWOB stopped going there and Esports weren't really getting early fights, so they started dropping towards Boatyard. Rozok is a little bit risky because NoNx and LASTADE are going to be big threats for Esports to deal with in the early stages, but I mean, NoNx abandoned Rozok early, LASTADE moved out towards school apartment completely, so Esports now kind of have free reins towards Rozok. The only problem is how do they deal with the pressure that's going to be falling upon them from the northern side of the map. But towards the southern fields of Yasnaya, Genesis, they are still on the hunt for Kalinga Esports. Look at that.
Oh boy, Pasha gonna get sprayed down here as Fury goes for the seat swap. Takes him out now. Kalinga Esports gonna be skedaddling their way through because another team is about to chime in as well as Vanguard tries past this. But it seems like Kalinga Esports, Oven might be out in the open as well as Genesis continues with the push. But as soon as Genesis spots out Vanguard, they decide to maybe not overcommit to this push here, even though they've got Kalinga Esports pinned down to the sites. And it seems like Genesis, their goal here, especially for these two games, is just to bully out everybody.
Yeah, I think their intention is kind of similar to Zutsu, just fight. And well, after just poking at the players of Kalinga Esports, they go after Vanguard. This could be risky. Gravity and Hunters, they've closed in the distance. Players spotted out. Enters the vehicle again after exiting for a few extra seconds. And now the spray comes through. No shot connection found, and they are just chasing him down to their last breath. There's the opener. One player gets picked off, and Vanguard is going to be down a player now.
Oh my goodness, Vanguard finds themselves a little bit of safety net, but Genesis is definitely the wild card right now. They are on a hunting spree, and it seems like they found themselves two finishes just like that. Teams weren't prepared for this kind of aggression coming from Genesis. And again, I think Genesis is definitely going to be spoiling a lot of players' games this time. This is going to be a very, very rough one here, but Genesis, they're still going to be lurking around here to try and potentially jump onto his Vanguard. But LASTADE was able to spot out Genesis, but a spray from stolen BGMI connects onto his Fury, was behind the buggy, and Genesis may have gotten a little bit too overzealous and gets punished for it from afar.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen when you're circling the open fields of school apartments, and in a competitive lobby, teams are going to hold those apartments if at any point they are inside of the zone. Not really the best of start for EVOX as well, as they lose out a player early. Spy getting shut down by 40R. And the circle has shifted in a very weird way, by the way. All of a sudden, it's taken a western shift. So 40R and EVOX find themselves back center. And as they were trying to push for cover, 40R, two players getting taken out. Evil doing a phenomenal job working with Shadow, but Evil falls as well at the hands of Pain as live. Numbers equal between the two sides. But this is a much more important game for EVOX compared to 40R. 40R outside of the top 8. EVOX trying to save their spot, and this early exit, it could be very brutal.
Oh boy, what a shot from Kalan as well. The cover fire comes through. 40R officials, they are in shambles now. They try to get for sensor control, but both sides has pretty much been hurting as well. Morty, nowhere near to be found, is going to be on the run. Meanwhile, EVOX scouts a couple of skirmish teams from the outskirts here as TKM gets tagged up pretty low. EVOX successfully defends, but at what cost? They only have 2 players left in this center control.
Pretty much, and I mean, this is going to be difficult to hold now. They're going to be circled. TKM have already started to circle this compound like vultures. And there's Team Esports as well present towards the northern side, but on that finish feed, look at that. Vanguard, it seems like, upward under pressure as Wyld Fangs pick off a few individuals from their side. They did lose one very early inside of the game. Oh, and finally Rising Esports. Yeah, utilities lob towards the players of NoNx, but that's a lot of distance to lob nades. Jump throw maybe can connect, but accuracy is going to be an issue.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to actually hit those nades, right? But Wyld Fangs seems to be following the trends of Genesis as well, because they are also on the hunt. And it seems like we are going to be having two wildcard teams here. It's going to be Genesis and Wyld Fangs just going to be bullying anybody in sights. Or in this case, who they set them sights here. But TWOB seems like they have found themselves a really, really nice place to actually hunker themselves down. But sharing with them into his ruins is going to be Esports, who is kind of split as well. But TWOB, they know for a fact that if Circle shifts onto his ruins, this is their game. But is it now a good time for TWOB to make a comeback? I don't think so, right? Like, they need, what, 20 finishes for this game and Chicken Dinner, and also 20 finishes and Chicken Dinner in the next game. And even then, you get you 133 points. So that's not going to be enough points here.
Yeah, it might not be, but on the other side, NoNx. What am I seeing? Rising Esports taking down the players of NoNx. Rapido is fighting for his life. They found a few trades, but Rising Esports now, what is going to be their decision? It seems like they want to fall back, go for a reset. And NoNx, they have gained the upper hand in this fight. Arthur knocked out, Rapido moves in. Rico has a nade, but it needs to be thrown to perfection. It's going to be very close. Ouch. It hurts, but not enough. Arthur is back, and he's out. Rapido gets taken out as well. Rising Esports, they find the trade somehow. But in an awkward spot, the spray from Fame is going to be good. And Rising Esports, it seems like, are just on the verge of another early exit. Wyld Fangs, they show up with a perfect time for the third party, stealing points away from the players of NoNx as well. But are they going to spot out the remaining players from Rising Esports? Big question. And a big opportunity could be missed by the players of Rising Esports. There it is. SprayGod spots them out. Although SprayGod gets knocked out. The second player from the side of Wyld Fangs also falls.
Oh, seems like Wyld Fangs is able to get a clean up onto his Rising Esports here. They're literally setting their sights on anything that moves and goes in for the crash. But at what cost? They've lost 2 players. But it's meantime here in Ruins, KALINGA Esports having a little bit run in here with X Esports. Adi, 1 versus 1 in Archie in this corner. Goes for the pick, misses the shot here. And now they're both very, very low. Finally goes for the jump shot and takes him down. Adi wins this duel. But after all, he's got his teammates to back him up. And meanwhile, there's going to be another team going to be crashing into his ruins. Is going to be Vanguard that comes driving past. But does not realize that TWOB is also going to be in this city. So it is going to be a very, very tricky spot to be in. Daniel flies a shot in from TWOB. But no connection, no knock so far. Pratik gets tagged up pretty low. But again, no knocks yet. It's going to be very, very tough here, I would say, for the teams inside Ruins. And it seems like we have a fifth team coming in as Genesis. Oh, having already lose 2 players, the wildcard teams finally stopping their aggression now.
Yeah, pretty much, man. But I guess they also realized that a Ruins fight this early is very awkward. It's like fighting in the end game already, but the difference being instead of fighting 4 teams, you're fighting 14 teams. Because look at the amount of third parties we've seen in the last few moments. It is unrealistic. But that's what happens when you have Circle towards Ruins. Anyone who's ruling the towers is going to have the high ground advantage, and the open areas surrounding Ruins do not really have a lot of cover to work with, especially the hills down south of Ruins. That kind of transition into those open fields of Gutka are quite exposed. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of trouble for any teams moving in late, and H4K is unfortunately going to be one of those names. I might have to take this conflict against the players of TKM to push through, but it's not going to be an easy one.
Speaking of which, let's take a look at the replay on how things happen as well between Rising Esports. Seems like they have a little bit of rematch between themselves and NoNx, but at the same time, the third parties from Wyld Fangs here just goes in for the slam and just causing Rising Esports not being able to reset, and getting pinned by both NoNx and Wyld Fangs was not an easy task to do, and that's why they have been eliminated. With that being said, with Rising Esports now down rather early, that means the gates are pretty much open for any team to kind of pounce out. SINEWY has a chance, Vanguard still has a chance, maybe even H4K to try and give them a run for their money.
Again, if there was a game that you need to perform in, this is going to be it. And I think for SINEWY, it might just work out because they are sitting smack center of the circle right now. I don't remember if they have any cover to work with or not, but if they do, then, well, their odds of reaching that top 8 bracket with this map of Erangel are going to be pretty high. On the other side, H4K, it all comes down to the fight against the Night Mobs, TKM. If they can win this fight, then maybe they stand a chance of getting this chicken dinner, getting that 20 bomber, and inching towards the top 8 in that last Erangel. If they get taken out in this fight, then I think that last Erangel it's going to be an unrealistic game that we are asking for at that point from H4K.
Yeah, the circle is pretty open as well. EVOX is pretty much out in the open, same here for Genesis. But I think SINEWY and H4K, they should be able to pincer TKM right completely and just shutting them all out. And as of yet, TKM, they're just a little bit afraid to commit, knowing that if they come into this fight against H4K, SINEWY is just going to pick out and shred them to pieces. Don't really want to take those risks. But you know what? If you guys want to take some risks and play some games, now's a fantastic time because now Discovery Island is available, and the more you play, the more you will be a part of BGIS by helping increase the overall prize pool for all the teams competing when the LAN actually happens.
Yeah, it's not even a risk at this point. I mean, you get a lot of things just for playing the games. So, competing for the prize pool, contributing for the prize pool of BGIS 2026, that's a bonus. And of course, the things that you gain just for playing the game and grinding out the matches, that is things that you keep with yourself. But for now, TWOB, they want to keep that castle in their control. But on the other side, we spoke about this, H4K, finally the pounce on the players of TKM, and they have a brilliant opening over here. Beast knocked out. Lucifer also knocked out. Beast is finished off, in fact. Well, Mac now cautious about the players of TKM that have breached his buildings. Big still of HP on Mac. And he could fall. Zeref circling around the corner. Nades lobbed indoors. But H4K, they just make this push. Mac knocked out from the distance as the third party is going to be there from the side of Team Tamilas. And H4K, do they succeed? Yes, they do. TKM, the Night Mobs, taken out of this game, but H4K, no time to celebrate as the third party from Team Tamilas shows up at the last second.
Oh my goodness, the teams at the top is just so oppressive right now. Team Tamilas, they find the Molotov on towards H4K. Wizard is down, and right now they're just cleaning them up as H4K stands no chance. As Rage God going to be stuck on top there, and even the nades will connect onto him. Drops him down low, and the flush comes in, and Team Tamilas cleans out H4K as well. Perfect third party coming from Team Tamilas to take him out. And just like that, they're inside the zone. They've got a decent amount of ammunition, and they can get out. But the problem is, the circle is about to close in 3 seconds here. Where will the circle shift? And Team Tamilas, they're a little bit slow on their rotate, but nope. Guess what? The circle actually shifts in their favor.
Yeah.
And I think the compounds inside Team Tamilas is barely inside the zone. So if they want, they can just take a little bit of pause to actually punish the rotations coming from every single team.
I think if they want to win the game, that is what they need to do. But I want to talk about SINEWY. I see SINEWY sitting center, and we spoke about this a few moments ago with Rising Esports forced to an early exit. SINEWY stands the highest chance of taking that 8th spot away from Rising Esports. And the circle is on their heads, man. This should be their game. This should be their chicken dinner. On the other side of things, Zutsu Esports, as they try to rotate outside the play zone, try to find a way to breach in. They get shot at by the players of Wyld Fangs. And, well, Wyld Fangs getting third-partied by Team Tamilas. This is a surprise.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Like I said, Team Tamilas having those control of those compound, all they need to do is just punish people inside. And because of this, Gotan is forced to play this game solo warrior, and he tries to crash into its potentially ruins and realize that, wait a minute, there's just so many teams around here. There's just a lot of shots coming in. And he's going to try and place for some sort of placement points, and Genesis can barely scout him out. 5-minute season, goes for the spray, but it's going to be TWOB. No, actually Ninja that actually gets it here from SINEWY.
I mean, a lot of teams shooting at them. The last man from the side of Wyld Fangs couldn't really do anything over there. But hey, this is nice. A peace treaty signed between Genesis Esports and EVOX. And as I say that, Shadow just tries to nade one of the players from the side of Genesis. Not good, my boy. But LASTADE, they are hoping for a good performance. They do end up securing a point against the players of TWOB, picking off Starboy, I believe. Now, TWOB, they're present towards the northern edge of the circle. We see them on the radar as well, and I don't think they are going to be able to survive in this game long enough.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in, I would say. But the teams inside ruins, they need to push out, and TWOB is going to be crashing onto his Vanguard. NoNx Esports, this is going to be the next obstacle. Whoever wins this is going to be taking some casualties for sure. Nades comes in for Inferno, lobs it perfectly. Insidious is down, and Vanguard might be the next to fall here. As Dreams is going to get hunted down, and they just get clean out here. as TWOB wins the fight against Vanguard. They're barely on the edge of the zone. But look at this. There's KALINGA Esports, there's NoNx Esports, there's SINEWY. The obstacles just keeps piling up and up in here. TWOB, what's the choice here? They have vehicles, they can choose to disengage, but seems like they are going to try and pounce onto its Oven from side of KALINGA Esports, which I don't think they realize is a solo player in that vicinity.
Yeah. Owen just needs to keep his head down, man. If anyone sees him, he's done for. In KALINGA Esports, yeah, I understand that the probability of them qualifying in the top 8 for round 4, it's not that high, but you still want to do your best every single game. And right now, Owen is surrounded, and that just means pretty much all of these teams that are surrounding him are going to end up fighting each other. Also, I think Genesis and EVOX, the compounds that are in control of those two teams, might just be the next priority location for all of these squads, because the circle is going to close in 3, 2, 1, and the next circle. There you go.
Okay, wasn't expecting a shift far east as well. Zutsu's got a very, very good safety net. LASTADE, they have options to just gate team every single team from Ruins in particular. And I don't think they should give control, but seems like they are going to back off, which is kind of surprising. Seems like they are going to be setting up an ambush point for any teams trying to rotate past them. And the moment they overcommit, it's going to be a firing squad from LASTADE instead of pressuring them out in open. So SINEWY might be able to farm out some decent amount of points on the north side first because of this play.
It is going to be interesting because, as you mentioned, I mean, all of these teams that are still holding Ruins, when they start to exit LASTADE, will have free reigns, free shots on them. And SINEWY, I think, barely an edge of a circle is allowed to them. And they can secure a few extra elimination points for themselves off of it, but these compounds, the most important compounds right now in the end game. And EVOX, they've managed to shut down Hunters. Gravity is going to be the last man from the side of Genesis, who's still there. And EVOX, they're causing a lot of commotion, so Gravity knows where he needs to lob those nades towards. But NoNx Esports put under pressure by the players of SINEWY. Knock was secured, but the finish conversion still not coming through. Ninja got to realize he is just wasting ammunition at this point. Either go for a jump nade or close in the distance and then just go for a normal nade from behind those trees, but both of them are risky moves. NoNx Esports distracted on the other front by the side of TWOB. This is not looking good for the players of NoNx Esports.
Owen finally peeks out, catches one on towards NoNx Esports. The nades comes in, he gets cleaned out. And NoNx Esports, they are going to go for the reset here. SINEWY, they've heard all those commotions. They've only gotten themselves a decent amount of finishes. Not a lot here, but every single team has been shoved away from SINEWY, and they are heading into the direction of LASTADE. TWOB also being wiped out by, I believe, LASTADE, who set up a very, very nice ambush point. And the next is going to be NoNx Esports here. And they only have one option. Die in the hands of LASTADE or die in the hands of SINEWY. Pick your poison. Because they're not getting out of this. Oh boy. Tough spot to be in. But SINEWY, shots fired.
And a correction has been found on the players of NoNx Esports as well. They know they have a line of fire over there. But the ammunition count, that is going to be troublesome. Just 41 rounds in the mag and 42 in the bag for Ninja. He needs a loan from his teammates. There you go. On the other side of things, SINEWY, they have to be cautious of the players of LASTADE. We're holding on to those ridges. Shots come through. Ninja finds the opening against the players of NoNx Esports, but all of this fights that SINEWY is taking, it is going to attract the attention from the side of LASTADE and, of course, from Genesis and EVOX as well.
Oh, seems like suppressed fire is on its way, but SINEWY looks to try and threaten onto his LASTADE here, leaving one guy behind, 3 guys to push up the mountains to get some sort of space. But LASTADE, they're not peeking yet. They're just waiting for NoNx Esports to make the play first before they focus on SINEWY. NoNx Esports now forced to snake their way in. The nades are coming through. GyroGod barely sees him. Finally spots him out. The nades comes through, but he gets knocked out instead. The nades does connect, but not enough to knock him out. That's not going to be good here. GyroGod needs to be picked up. SINEWY might be able to capitalize on this right now.
Yeah, they can. They definitely can. Just a jump throw nade. It can make contact on the players of LASTADE, and it's not going to be one. It's going to be 2 men. And look at that. The nades are going to be thrown from the players of NoNx Esports as well. They still want to risk it for a few extra finishes in the end game. Oh, that's going to be a knock right there. Re-knock onto Gyrogod. Joesh, all that effort for nothing. He needs to fall back. Needs to join the rest of the team. Prateek spotted out, and easy knock secured by the players of LASTADE. Stone BGMI finds the opener. And now Prince, last man left alive. The nade should be able to find some contact or maybe just flush him out. Stone BGMI spots his spray and takes him out as well. LASTADE, 9 eliminations secured. Top 4 teams, 11 players still alive. Even SINEWY are quite exposed.
It's going to be a tough spot here. EVOX finally goes out of the compound, and guess what? Firing spot awaits them. SINEWY a little bit afraid here to be pinned, and LASTADE was able to capitalize on this while they're distracted, and Team Tamilas will chime in to try and punish EVOX. And just like that, EVOX down towards the last member who needs the first aid kit here, as SINEWY now runs into his LASTADE head-on collision. As LASTADE getting pushed back here. SINEWY, Rexboy, spots him out. The snap comes in. They find another knock. SINEWY potentially closing out this game if they go for a clean sweep. But LASTADE, look at this, they're so low. They managed to pick up Stone BGMI and Bad OP in the front lines to try and buy a little bit more time. The nades comes through from Ninja. No connection so far. But Team Tamilas, they've already cleared out on EVOX. So this is going to be a massive fight that Team Tamilas can capitalize on.
Team Tamilas is down to their last player, so they just need a perfect third party. But SINEWY, they need these points, and they are desperate for them as well. Stone BGMI knocked out. It's down to Bad OP in the back lines, but his position is compromised. He is outnumbered, and SINEWY, they don't want anything but the chicken in this game. 9 eliminations for them, and between them and the chicken dinner, there's just one man left standing. Reaper from the side of Team Tamilas. It's a 1v4. The odds are stacked against him. The numbers are against him. Even the terrain itself is not favoring him. And SINEWY, they know how easy it is. This endgame, they want this point. They make this pound. They want to finish with the double digits. Reaper, though, falls to the blue. And SINEWY end the game with 9 finishes. 19 points on the board. I think they're going to be sitting on that 8th position, but I think the difference between them and Rising Esports, it's going to be next to none. And also have to say, Reaper, you evil man!
They need those points for sure, but it's not over here yet. Because one more game sets apart on who is going to be advancing into his round 4 and who is going to be advancing into his round 3 here. The top 8 in round 4 and bottom 8 in round 3 in particular. But SINEWY, what a comeback. What a dominance of performance.
It is a comeback, and also have to say, I want to be as petty as Reaper in my life. That is my goal and that is my agenda right now. That's the kind of human being I want to be. Team Tamilas is sitting in the top 4. There is absolutely no way SINEWY is a threat to them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a threat right now.
Still denies that extra point.
Well, for all things considered here, I would say right now, the trickiest spot here is that it's going to be a battle between SINEWY and Rising Esports at this stage here.
Yeah.
Like, no one's going to be able to come close. I think Vanguard is pretty much out and running as well, considering the fact that they kind of bowed out rather early to XE Esports just now against Ruins. So it's going to be a battle between those two teams, I would say. Like, I don't expect LASTADE to be making a comeback. Yes, they did have a decent amount of finishes from this game, but the only way LASTADE has a shot to fight for the top 8 was that they need a chicken dinner.
Yeah. I mean, they still can stand a chance if they get a 25-pointer in the next game. Maybe in the last angle, they drop 25 or 30 points. Big ask, but hey, if you finish in style, you do not get any style points, but you qualify for round 4. But we do have the stats for SINEWY from this last Erangel that they just played. Mox with 1, Ninja with 1, Ninja and Rexboy with 7 eliminations on the 2 players combined. And of course, 9 eliminations. They wanted to finish with 10 just to be sure. Extra points are always good. But still, I think now strategy or options for that last Erangel, ideally you would think just play for survival. I would say just drop on Rising Esports, take them out, man. Make sure the threat is not there at the start of the game itself.
It's going to be very, very tricky to do so, but okay, again, a lot of speculations here coming from Johnny, but it all comes down to this one final game. This is the final day of the grind before we decide who is going to be going where, and the round stages is going to be beginning next week. So, I don't know, man. For Group B, this is going to be a do or die here between these two teams, I would say.
It is going to be, and Group B has just gone berserk, but they still have one more match remaining, and that is going to take place after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to BGIS 2026 The Grind, and currently you guys are watching the English podcast. My name is ICBaby12 at your service, and joining me is going to be Salty as we take you through the commentary for today itself. Now, this upcoming match is going to be the final game for Group B, and this is going to be the decider match on who is going to be part of the top 8 that is going to be making the round 4, and which bottom 8 is going to be making it towards round 3 in this phase here. And of course, SINEWY with the chicken dinner, they are in the running to stay at the top 8 right now.
They are in the running. In fact, they're taking big strides towards that top 8, to be honest. But now I wonder which is one of those teams who's actually making that tumble down, because that is going to hurt a lot. In my opinion, I think EVOX also got a couple of those placement points, but the finishes were not enough, I see. Yeah,
it's going to be close as well. Rising Esports is going to be the ones that is going to be in jeopardy, but we shall see after the official scores. But for now, for these guys watching at home, guess what? The Rebel Rock Fox set is currently available in Royal Pass, and also the DP28 is also going to be part of it as well. Best part about this Royal Pass deal is that when you make a one-time purchase and grind it out and complete the entire Royal Pass, you will get back enough UC to buy a new Royal Pass for next season.
Exactly. I mean, it's just one-time investment and you can actually get on and on and on. And of course, I think nothing beats the Rebel Rogue Fox set. I am in so much love with this set that I might actually get myself one. But of course, we'll have this conversation later on. But one final game remains, that one map of Erangel. It's going to be very dicey, especially when I saw that H4K, their points on the map of Erangel, it's still very high. But then it just seems like they are not being able to keep up their A performance right in front of our eyes. But talking about the MVP, Reaper from Team Tamilas, 8 eliminations, 673 points of damage. Team Tamilas, they've been brilliant, but more so Reaper, because yesterday as well we saw on the map of Miramar, he was the last survivor as well as had 5 eliminations. This time he outdid himself with 8.
Exactly, and even then as well, he was able to deny 1 point away from SINEWY. Is that denial going to affect SINEWY? We shall see, but for now, SINEWY, with that game, gets themselves 19 points in total and a chicken dinner. Alongside with Team Tamilas, is going to be 18 points, which sets them up pretty much guaranteed in towards round 4 in particular. LASTADE with 14 points, a small little comeback, but it is still going to be a very, very big chase. EVOX with 9 points, NoNx Esports with 6 points, Genesis with 4, Wyld Fangs with 4, H4K with 4. But on the bottom half here, Rising Esports only got 3 points in that game, and Vanguard has got 0 as well. So this is going to be a little bit of shift, but EVOX, they still retain the number 7 spot. But guess what? TKM, EVOX, SINEWY currently in jeopardy right now, but Rising Esports is the closest to knock SINEWY right now. So I don't know, man. Rising Esports with 1 chicken dinner means that either or TKM, EVOX, and SINEWY might be kicked out of this after this game.
There's a very high chance, but of course, I feel sorry, I feel so bad for just one team in particular, and that has to be Vanguard, because they were on the race in actually making it to the top 8, but that 0-pointer game on the map of Erangel just completely jeopardized their chances, and now I feel like it's only going to take a miracle to actually come back up, because 23 points separate them between SINEWY and the 10th spot. The only team that remains in the race right now, in my personal opinion, has to be Rising Esports. Of course, mathematically, both H4K as well as Vanguard can get themselves more than 20 points in one game and actually moving forward, but then I don't really think that's going to be practically possible. Rising Esports, though, they are a different breed. They've got just 9 points separating them and between the top 8. I think there's still a high chance if one good game comes across, Rising Esports can actually make it through.
The only way H4K and also Vanguard qualifies is that they get the chicken dinner, which is 10 points, and also a minimum of 14 finishes. And that's provided that TKM doesn't advances any more points. That's also provided if SINEWY doesn't get any more points. And that's also provided EVOX doesn't get any single points. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in, at least for those 2 teams.
I think you summarized the win condition completely fine. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, all of this summarization, all of these hypothetical discussions, it's not going to do any fruition. We are going to step into the game and find out what just happens. As we move back up on the skies yet again, this time the Big Bird sails on top of the map of Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, one final game for Group B, and we are going to decide who is going to move in towards round 4 and who will have to duke it out from round 3 itself. Of course, it is going to be that entire elimination bracket being skipped up. Majority of the teams would want to actually be inside of round 4, because that way you can ensure your safety. But of course, all that happens in this one game itself. Once again, we do have the map standings in front of us. We have the flight path in front of us. It starts off from Lipovka towards Hospital, a little bit of a horizontal flight path, which does dissect the map in two equal halves. Majority of the teams are going to love this, but I want to see a little bit of intent. I want to see confidence. I want to see aggression when it comes to teams like Vanguard, when it comes to teams like H4K. They've done that in the past. H4K, they certainly can do it once again, I see.
Well, it might be, but again, it's going to be a tough call. That's provided SINEWY gets eliminated right here, right now. And so far, based on the current map standings, SINEWY is sitting at the #2 rank, right below Genesis, and they are sitting at top 8. Why? Because SINEWY has messed up every single game in Myanmar thanks to 4TR official. I'm sorry to say, those drop clashes in Picado has pretty much resulted in SINEWY not being able to get any points in Myanmar at all. I would say they got some points. It's not exactly great performances because of those constant drop clashes here. So this actually puts SINEWY in a advantage positions because Erangel, again, is their comfort maps. But again, you know, when the time comes, especially when the round stages begins, if those drop clashes are not set aside, things are going to get very, very tough here for SINEWY if they want to make it into the grand finals at least.
I mean, one thing is for sure that SINEWY Esports, they are going into a different round as compared to 4TR because there's no way 4TR is qualifying or coming back. There used to be days where 4TR did make that climb up on the overall standings. They were looking pretty decent, but then once again, the fall was there, which has resulted them in absolutely bombing their performance. But have a look at this. Team Tamilas, Reaper, the MVP from the last game. This time going in for a vehicle has been shut down. The Night Mobs, they are looking to carry on that hunt. 146 on the board already. And this is something which I like. In spite of being in that yellow zone, in that danger spot, this team never really changes their strategy.
Yeah, I like how TKM is just going full on aggression here. But at the same time, Team Tamilas, you know, we will be seeing Reaper in 3 weeks' time, I guess, since round 3 is about to begin in about 3 weeks.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, so it's been fun watching you, Reaper. Bye-bye.
But Team Tamilas would actually go to round 4, right?
Yeah.
They are on the top 2, so we'll have to wait 4 weeks before round 4 begins. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, have a look at this. The Vanguards, they actually start off strong. One of the players from Team H4K has been shut down. This is their closest competitor, and I like this sort of attitude. This battle has always come up in front of us, especially in those compounds outside of Severny. This time, Vanguard are looking a little more deadlier as compared to the rest of their games.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but again, seems like some of the teams are pretty much going to be testing out their aggression game here to kind of prep themselves for the round stages, because regardless of whoever is in the top 8 and also in the bottom 8, either all these teams is going to be risking elimination during the round stages. So that's going to be a risk that all of these teams have to eventually prepare themselves for when the round stages begin. But for now, in the grind, Vanguard seems to be very happy with their performance for this match, I would say. Overall, the grind, sorry to say, the chances for them to qualify means that they need a chicken dinner and also 10 minimum finishes. I wouldn't say it's impossible. It is still very much possible, at least for Vanguard, but they need to have a 20 finish bomber if they want to safely cross over the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 points from finishes, 10 points from the chicken. That way you ensure you are actually moving through, but nonetheless, if you want to bring down that finish numbers, potentially you have to take down your closest competitors, namely just go and drop clash against SINEWY Esports or maybe someone like an EVOX, stop them dead on their tracks, keep your numbers up high, and then proceed forward. It's still a very big ask though. And it's not just Vanguard, by the way. There were so many teams I see who were in that race. LASTADE Esports were actually inside of the race a couple of days back. We thought that LASTADE might actually push through. We've seen glimpses of brilliance coming in from NoNx Esports as well. And like I said, even 4TR were in the mix. But all of a sudden, it seems like the pressure just piled up on their shoulders too much. And that resulted in their fall. I love the fact that EVOX, they've taken a rather slow start. They are playing it extremely passive, not really doing anything risky. They understand that there are going to be teams looking out for them to try and take them out. And to avoid all of that, you want to start off from the edges of the map.
Yeah, they are on jeopardy as well. So that's going to be something that they have to focus as well. Getting a couple of placement points should pretty much secure themselves in the top 8. But again, as long as Rising Esports is still in the game, Vanguard is still in the game, they're not safe. So unless those two teams get eliminated, chances are they have to play safe. So it's about 5 teams going to be risking to try and defend and attack for the top 8. Whereas the rest, well, we are going to be seeing a couple of wild cards here. In particular, I'm calling out on Genesis and Wyld Fangs, which has caused a lot of problems. And I know for a fact that Genesis is going to be on the hunt right now as well, as they have been driving by. But NoNx Esports in Rozhok and Boatyard seems to be, well, taking a little bit of a chill pill. Nothing super crazy in particular coming from them. And speaking of a fight here, NoNx Esports seems like they haven't found themselves vehicles yet in Boatyard and Rozhok, so they might be considering that the circle may come back towards Boatyard or Ruins again. But let's do a little replay here from TKM. Ooh, Reaper. Not even gonna play the game there. And even Vanguard as well, giving a chase onto his H4K. Just going absolutely bonkers with this kind of aggression, which you don't really see too much, but
Absolutely.
especially here, I think it should happen because there's no more stakes, especially for teams at the top and also the teams at the bottom. Except for training time, I would say.
Training time and a point to prove. Everyone's here with the point to prove, and I guess Genesis Esports would actually want to get a point to prove themselves because they were one of those teams who had one of the greatest starts inside of Group B. They were at the top. If I remember correctly, I think they had 48 points from the first 3 matches. They were miles ahead of everyone else. But all of a sudden, it seems like Zutsu has picked up pace. Team Tamilas have picked up pace. NoNx Esports have absolutely outshined that performance. So I feel like Genesis Esports are also going to be hungry. How they tackle the circle is going to be an absolute different question altogether. The circle, of course, in front of us, which is going to be one of those basic Erangel circles. Nothing too extraordinary. You have to play your basic game, try and get those central compounds for yourself, which means landing around Pochinki, landing around the school buildings is what you want to do. But for Vanguard, the task is going to be extremely different. They are in Yasnaya right now. They will have to exit these compounds. There are going to be a couple of these outliers who will come in from outside the circle. And they certainly can catch them off guard. One of them has to be Team Tamilas, a finish which they did acquire. And then, of course, there's KALINGA Esports as well.
Yep. At the same time, seems like LASTADE may have faced a little bit of a problem here. Still, BGMI gets knocked out in open. As NoNx Esports may consider trying to make a pounce on this. And fortunately for them, it is still early in the zone, so not a lot of teams are looking at third party yet. Or in this case, they're not in position. Meanwhile, Gyrocard seems to be able to draw the attentions of NoNx Esports, but Prince, what a shot! Connects one shot through. The final shot before Gyrocard actually escapes to the horizon. And that's going to be 2 down from LASTADE and NoNx Esports. They may consider pushing this as well.
It's going to be an interesting push. There's still SINEWY in the back lines. I can see them from the radar itself. Have a look at this, Moksh. Finding 2 knocks back to back. This guy is brilliant. SINEWY Esports, they look like an absolute different beast altogether in the final day of the grind. Certainly ensuring their march on towards round 4, of course. 145 is where they are, 7th position. But we have yet another fight. H4K, they are duking it out against TWOB. As Daniel falls, Executor from outside the compound needs to delay a little bit of this fight, while the rest of the comrades still make their way through. In fact, there's no comrades left. Both of them have been taken down. One player knocked up. It's all down to this one lad, Executor. Can he execute? H4K, another man falls down. That is bad news for them. They had to keep their numbers up. Executor, he executes the entirety of the team. This is impressive.
And now Genesis is going to be on the hunt as well. What are you doing here, Genesis? Uh-oh, Executor with the counter nades, but eventually Hunters is going to be able to pick him from the sides. Gives a little bit of tag damage, but it's going to be Fury that secures the confirmation instead. Genesis, what are you doing all the way to the northwest corner? They swung all the way from Milta, pushed up to Severity, Hunt H4K, and then went towards the west side and collided on 2 teams. TWOB, H4K, both down just like that. Genesis, why are you outside the zone? Well, they are the wild cards for a reason here.
They're just having a little bit of a playtime, to be honest. But speaking of H4K, there goes the dreams of round 4. They're down in the dirt. They've been eliminated. They are aware of the fact that they are moving in towards round 3, which is completely fine, by the way. Nothing really too shabby about it. I guess H4K, they are going to be, getting those extra playtimes to improve and fix out those micro errors in judgment that they have been making, and hopefully they come back stronger. And I'm expecting to see them inside of round 4 as well, by the way. But we do have the Finnish leaders in the other side of our screens, and we do have Spray God at the top, 45 eliminations. You've got Reaper as well. Hunters is up there. That lead up top from Hunters has actually been taken down. Spray God has been phenomenal in the last couple of days, and I guess this firepower is going to be crucial for Wyld Fangs if they want to proceed to further rounds. But have a look at this replay once again. Executor. The rest of the team was taken down early, I see, but then Executor, I think he pulled up a nice 1v2 clutch before getting taken down, which is not bad.
Yeah, it's truly not bad, but again, we're going to be seeing TWOB in the round 3 stages. They are not eliminated from the tournament yet, but they will see them in the round stages. However, let's talk about the damage leaderboard as well. Reaper, actually the top of the leaderboard for this group. And unfortunately, is not going to be progressing anymore just because he was the first guy to be eliminated from this game itself in this entire group stages. And interesting enough that Hunters is very, very close to actually try and catch up for the Finnish leaderboard. But at the same time, it is still a far-fetched compared to what Knight has set here in Group A. And interesting enough, Group A has not even been started yet. They have 3 more matches to go. He might pull the Finnish leaderboard to even 60 here, considering at the rate he's going so far.
Absolutely. I think, in my opinion, Knight and Pain are going to be those 2 lads you want to watch out for the entirety of the tournament. Pain from Revenant X, Spark, and Knight for K9 Esports. These 2 young lads have definitely taken the world by storm. If you talk about it, their performances have been nothing short of extraordinary. But we talk about EVOX right now, NoNx, they are capturing them. Shots coming in from Rapido, yet another young player who has done brilliantly so far in those top 5 elimination leaderboard. But NoNx Esports, they don't really need Rapido services right now. They are quite comfortable, almost inching closer to that 200-point mark. But EVOX, they have a completely different task at hand.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And that's going to be defending the top 8. Because right now they're sitting in 8th position. They're trying their best to stay alive. And Rising Esports is looking to try and give chase. And let's take a look at the zone right now. SINEWY is going to be smack middle of the zone. Rising Esports playing the edges of Pochinki on the east side. And Wyld Fangs is going to be the east side as well. Wyld Fangs, surprised enough, they're not going on full aggression mode this game. Interesting. I was expecting them to actually go for it though.
Wyld Fangs actually made a substitution. Sensei is not playing in this one. Sam is the one who has been subbed out. I feel like that is going to be an interesting addition, giving a little bit of playtime to your bench.
Oh, speaking of bench here, TKM now in a little bit of trouble. They've lost Zaref. NoNx is the one that actually picks them up. And TKM, 146 points down towards 2 players left. If they want to retain the top 8 here, they need to at least secure 2 to 3 more points. Or not, they might be risk eliminated here, as they want to pull the lead away from Rising Esports here. Here comes a crash from 4TR, a little bit of drive-by, and Morty gets the connection on AimGod. And NoNx, they are losing members as well.
Now this is 4TR. Looking to make amends. They really want to win this fight for sure. But Arthur from the sidelines, I think this spray was fantastic, but it just could not connect. A lot of damage on Pain is live, but the rest of the players, they are still struggling. NoNx Esports, they're not just battling 4TR, but they're also battling the circle. And while doing it, it seems like a couple of their players, they have taken a lot of heavy damage.
Morty, does he get the shots there? Nope, he does not. It's going to be a different angle instead. It seems like Pain is live. And Shoop is able to get the knock on Fame instead. And NoNx, they're going to be gate kept outside the zone. For 4TR, seems like they have played this game without any kind of fear. They're just hunting anyone outside the zone right now. As NoNx still trying to make a run for it as well. Arthur is about to lose his tires off the buggy. But the counterfire from Rapido will stop the aggression. But guess what, 4TR, they don't care. Z-God, Morty, they pushed up forward and they go in for the slam. Rapido is down as well. And just like that, NoNx leaving only Arthur remaining. He's out in the open. And he needs some sort of backup. But it's all by himself. 4TR going to take a little bit of a chill pill to reset their fights.
Yeah.
But all this commotion has attracted attention as EVOX on the minimap is going to be looking to try and capitalize on this. Pain is live and Shub is going to be running away down north instead to try and dodge that fight. Meanwhile, inside on the east side here, Genesis pushing on towards KALINGA Esports now.
Absolutely. Back on that fight once again. I loved 4TR and the thinking, by the way. Using the circle to their advantage, just pinning down NoNx Esports, not letting them pass by. But have a look at this. The school building fight It's going to drag on forever as the circle has taken a massive shift towards the northwest. Genesis Esports, they were battling in towards Boatyard, but now they've come across towards School. Taking a pit stop and once again going back. KALINGA Esports will soon realize that there is going to be no more threat. But Vanguard and Genesis, I think this is going to be a fight which can take place. Dreams quite separated from his comrades. Finally is going to be forced to regroup. Here you go. Another one of those players have been knocked down. It seems like SINEWY Esports are in a deep world of trouble. Moksh, he was overextending. 3 players at the dead center of the circle. Was Moksh looking for information. He's been shut down, but coming back to his fight for TWOB. They are still in the midst of battle, and this time it was the Night Mobs.
Oh boy, but at the same time as well, Rising Esports, they're getting slammed. They found Arthur, but they're outside the zone and they have to push in. It seems like Rising Esports, the chances are getting slimmer as well as the circle pushes in. Yuval are going to be leading the charge to get out of Pachinki. Shots fired from Zutsu to try and pin them away. But little they know, Yuval might be running into his EVOX. He sees a car on the left and he's still deciding where should he go. It seems like he is going to turn back instead and head towards the directions of Zutsu. Shots being fired as well. It will pin them on towards EVOX. But little did they know, 4TR is also showed up. They found 2 on EVOX, and that might be some points for Rising Esports. And EVOX, they get eliminated by 4TR official. What a hunt from 4TR. And just like that, space has been created. And Rising Esports might have found an opening to push through inside the zone. 4TR continues on to push. Yuvar all by himself now.
4TR, they're just causing madness inside of the circle right now, taking down every one of those teams they find on that western flank. Have a look at this. They've taken down EVOX. They've taken down majority of their competition, but still the distance is too far behind. 115 points right now. Rising Esports also about to fall as Rico is inside of the blue and he's got no meds whatsoever. Patching yourself with these bandages, it's not going to do enough.
Oh no, Rico, this might be it for Rising Esports. He's outside the zone. Yuval was the only one that made it through. The rest of his teammates was caught outside. And even though Yuva may have found the opener, Zutsu was the one that made sure the rest of his teammates could not follow through. And Rising Esports, the chances of qualifying for the top 8 for round 4 slowly slipping as he needs about 7 points. Or maybe, sorry, actually 8 points to catch up to EVOX to tie it with them. But again, EVOX and TKM has been eliminated, so the gatekeepers are EVOX, and SINEWY actually makes it towards top 8.
Potentially. Not yet, as of yet. They're still surviving. They've got 3 players, but hopefully there are going to be no threats. We'll find out though what happens. I'm going to keep an eye on 4TR, to be honest. 7 eliminations already. All 4 players still standing. Shub has been brilliant on that vehicle alongside Payne is live. So I want to find out, can 4TR pull off the unthinkable? But of course, in the north side, you've got Team Tamilas. They are positioned. They're going to be looking to stop down Vanguard on their tracks. And Vanguard, they are so far away from the circle. This Mini 14 can do so much damage. TWOB gets caught off guard. A lot of damage being dished out. But AimGod still unable to find that knock. Has a lot of these targets up front, but Team Tamilas, they themselves also have to focus on entering the circle. And while they do so, I guess 4TR, they're going to get another prey to pounce on, I see.
Oh my goodness, what are they doing? They're just spoiling the games for so many people. It seems like the chase is coming on. Zutsu is going to be the next target. They are looking for a slam. Smokes has been set up for Zutsu. Trying to bait out 4TR's mistakes. Seems like that's not going to be happening anytime soon. Team Tamilas has to rotate into zone from outside of Boatyard. And they scout out Vanguard's rotation as they're trying to swing away inside the zone. As the chase goes on, Vanguard needs a massive performance this game. They need the chicken dinner as well. And right now, Rising Esports leaving only Yuva remaining. So EVOX should be able to make it to top 8 for now. But 4TR, look at this. They go in for the slam. They find one of the players from Zutsu.
They certainly do. Shub just has been absolutely brilliant so far. But from the sidelines there, he's taking shots. A lot of damage being dished out. The smoke is going to kind of try and keep his position hidden. But it seems like Zutsu, they are in a deep world of trouble. A couple of those nades do come in. 4TR, they're looking to preserve their position. Shub has got reincarnated once again as this long nade sails through. It seems like the duo is going to come on their vehicles once again. The wheels and the shots. Shub and Payne is live. Can it deal a little bit of hurt against Zutsu? Is what I want to find out. They're looking to wrap them around from all angles, and this is something which I love. But on the other side, there's another team who is battling survival, and that is going to be Team Vanguard as Dreams. That was a good shot, but from the sideline, SINEWY Esports take them down.
Oh, the nades comes in. The wall of smoke is protecting X Esports, but Vanguard, they've lost one. Just like that. Oh, the chase still goes on, and they are going to push outside the zone. They lose one player. Dionysus is going to try and provide cover fire, but there's no connection whatsoever. And they still haven't found any rooms yet. The current score to beat is 144, and Vanguard stands a good chance, but that's only if they get the chicken dinner and all these finish points. But at the same time, on the other side of the map as well, 4TR, they went in for slam. They drove past Zutsu, and they're now 2 down, and only Z-God remains. He's got to fend off Zutsu, but Zutsu is a little bit afraid to push out as well. They need to reset those health, so 4TR should be able to get those resets in this game. But as you can see, 8 teams remaining and 20 left alive. The finish points is slowly dwindling away. The numbers are slowly dropping as well. And the chances for Vanguard and Rising Esports to pull a miracle comeback gets slimmer and dimmer.
To be honest, for Rising Esports, chances are glimmering down because there's just one man who has been left alive, and he's at the dead center of the circle. Absolutely alien from all the threat that's happening towards the edges. But have a look at this. 4TR, they did get that little bit of a blessing, and they are back on the hunt. Needs on Nodi. He barely survives by a sliver of HP as the return need comes through. Inside of the smoke, there's going to be Flock, there's going to be Ash, and all of these players, they're taking in a lot of hurt. But from the back lines, it's going to be Spray God who sprays down most down the lawn. 4TR in a deep world of trouble. And as soon as Z-God steps inside of the smoke, it's going to be Flock from the back lines. It's going to do so much hurt. 4TR, they managed to survive. 10 eliminations on board. But the problems never really end as it is Team Tamilas who come knocking on their door.
Oh no, Shoop all by himself. He's stuck. Team Tamilas has got him completely surrounded. Shoop is going to be proning his way through. And Team Tamilas is about to find him, but the smoke just dissipates in front of him. And they don't see him. They're looking in the wrong direction. Finally peeks out, but Mr. IGL spots him out, takes him out. And that's going to be 4TR official down for the count. As 6 teams remain in this final zone, 13 players left alive. And Rising Esports, this is your only chance of qualifying into the top 8. And that is, you have to overtake EVOX, which currently you need 7 points. Fox spots out Yuva. He needs to out-survive them. And if Team Tamilas goes in for slam, that is it for Rising Esports. What a rush. What a race. It all comes down to his gameplay right now. And Fox OP, he may consider going for the slam, but seems like he is going to dodge and regroup his team to clear out the north side instead. Spray God setting up a couple of smokes here, and he himself is also going to be a solo warrior. Going to be out in the open. He gets spotted out. He gets taken down by Aim God now, as Team Tamilas will look to close this game with a bang.
They certainly will. Have a look at this. This man, I'm pretty sure adrenaline is going to run up high. He still needs about 6 more points.
No.
But as soon as I say that, Mr. IGL spots him, takes him out. Rising Esports for them. All chances, all hopes of brilliance and proceeding towards round 4 has been extinguished. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We do have Vanguard in the mix of things as Dionysus keeps their dreams alive, but with 5 eliminations and Team Tamilas looking to take him out, it seems like there is going to be no more dreams. It is just absolute oblivion for them, but we still have to find out who gets the chicken. SINEWY Esports have been rather ruthless in this map of Erangel. 9 eliminations already, 3 players left alive. Now the nade sails in towards line, but he does not manage to connect.
The race is officially over. The top 8 teams has been secured, and the bottom 8 is going to be fighting for formalities as of yet. And SINEWY looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner. One of the biggest comebacks here today itself. Sneaking it towards the top 8, overtaking the 8th position, overtaking the 7th, currently sitting on 6th position. And with this performance coming from SINEWY, are they going to be on the 5th position? Only time will tell. Will they be able to win this? 3 versus 2. Team Tamilas now in a wide split. Mr. IGL and Fox OP going to be on the sides of SINEWY. Going to be playing from the western sides of the zone. And it is going to be action on SINEWY to push out in the zone, because the zone is going to be favoring Team Tamilas as of yet.
Absolutely. They certainly are in the best of positions that they could ask for, but the numbers are against them. Fox OP, he certainly can find that knock against Ninja, as the smokes is going to give away his position. And from the backlines, Rex Boy and Ninja, they're going to be forced to make that run in towards the circle. SINEWY Esports, they don't necessarily need this chicken, but they certainly want to make a mark inside of the grind. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, a good performance on the map of Rondo. SINEWY Esports, what a comeback it has been. We've been calling for this team for a while now. We have been asking, why is it that SINEWY Esports are not being able to get those performance on the board, but finally they show up when it actually mattered. And now look at this, Ninju. The spray down against FoxOP is going to give away his position for sure, but SINEWY don't really care.
Oh my goodness, what a journey SINEWY Esports has done as well. They have one of the most amount of points in Erangel in particular. And with this chicken dinner, interesting enough, they've got 3 chicken dinners of Erangel, 4th just now, and this might be their 5th chicken dinner all in Erangel, coming from SINEWY Esports. And they did all this and qualified for top 8 while dropping out games in Miramar because of 40R official.
It's not just on the map of Miramar, even on the map of Rondo, they have had so much struggles. We've been calling out for it. Erangel has been their saving grace. This time, FoxOP has been caught from all angles, and this man, I don't really think is going to survive for long as FoxOP has been outnumbered. This is SINEWY hunting in packs. That just leaves us with the one player, Mr. IGL, at the dead center of the circle. He's aware where Team SINEWY is going to come out from, but knowing and stopping them is going to be an absolute different job. 1v3 for Mr. IGL, I see. SINEWY look to close it out. 11 finishers already on the board. It can be 12, it can be the chicken, it can be a 22-pointer game as SINEWY look to rise right at the end.
Mr. IGL, if you're looking for a clip, this is it. If you're looking for an insane clip, this is your only time to do it right now. 1 versus 3 with no stakes available. Is this going to be a highlight reel? We shall see, because here comes the push. 2 in the car. Nades coming in. Pre-nade on the left. No connection so far. They are going for a little bit of widespread here as well. Tax comes in, but no clip for you. And that is going to be SINEWY getting their 5th winner chicken dinner all in the map of Erangel. What a performance from SINEWY Esports. What a day. What a journey it has been.
You know, what a day to be alive, to be honest. SINEWY Esports, nobody expected this team to be in this position where we were thinking that, you know what, they fight on the map of Miramar, they duel against 40R, it's dragging for so long, they have been unable to do anything on the map of Rondo, and yet here they come, 3 matches. First match they had 7 eliminations, 7 points. Second match chicken dinner, third match chicken dinner. This is a statement from SINEWY Esports that we are always going to be the kings of this particular map.
Well, I'm looking forward to see how SINEWY is going to be performing, because they have officially qualified to round 4. But in case you guys are wondering what happened in that match as well, let's take a look at the final blows. You can see SINEWY just cleaning out all the loose stragglers who's trying to make their way inside the zone. And bit by bit, they just get crumbled to pieces. Team Tamilas, they may have had a little bit of advantage, but it's still overwhelmed bit numbers. 2 versus 3. SINEWY went in for the slam. They knew for a fact that they were going to win this, and that was just an absolute cleanup coming from SINEWY Esports. Nicely done coming from them. Madness
in terms of the stats as well. Look at that, 6 eliminations on your left, 6 eliminations on the right. Ninja was brilliant, 4 eliminations all by this one lad. If I'm not mistaken, that is 864 points of damage, which is brilliant, by the way. 12 points from just finishes, 10 points from the chicken, which means 22 points. SINEWY Esports didn't even need so many points, but they had a point to prove, and that is to not underestimate us, and that is what you've got to show for it.
Well, with that being said, we've pretty much concluded all matches for Group B in particular. We've pretty much decided who's going to be the top 8 and who's going to be the bottom 8. We are going to be waiting for the results momentarily, but for hats off to SINEWY. Well done, because now the biggest thing that they have to focus on is going to be round 4. That's one. The thing that they do need to focus on is that no more drop clashes from 40R, because 40R is heading down towards round 3, so that's going to be one thing. Of course, officially here is going to be the overall standings for Group B, and of course the overall standings are subject to change after POV checks. SINEWY has made it to the 6th position here with 165 points, and EVOX will be able to defend on the 8th position with 144. Rising Esports misses out on 8 points to actually take down EVOX in a tiebreaker.
Not even 8 points, that is actually 6 points between Rising Esports and EVOX, right? Have a look at this. It was such a scare, especially when 40R went on that madness on the western flank. I almost thought when they had 10 eliminations on board that 40R might actually do the unthinkable. 119 points for them as well. But thankfully, SINEWY Esports are going to give them a parting gift, because no more drop clashes on the map of Miramar. Love that about it. H4K, Vanguard, Rising Esports, X Esports, as well as LASTADE. I think they tried their absolute best. But then, of course, I feel bad for one team, I see, and that has to be KALINGA Esports. What a start it was. inside of Group B for this particular team, but then the downfall has been massive.
Yeah, the first week was just a great start from KALINGA Esports, but after that, every single week, every single match from that point on hasn't been looking good. KALINGA Esports was once at the top and now at 15th position. Hopefully they will do a little bit better. Fortunately for them, especially if you guys are fans of all these teams, they're not eliminated from the BGIS yet. They will be seeded in the round stages. The top 8 from this group is going to be seeded in round 4 stages, and the bottom 8 will be seeded in round 3 stages. So they're not eliminated yet, but it does give times for all these 16 teams to prep themselves, which is going to be happening a minimum of 3 weeks time, especially for Group B, because we're going to be kicking things off with round 2, round 3, and then round 4.
Absolutely. I'm actually so excited to find out how will the top 8 teams battle it out inside of the round 4 as well, because they are going to be playing against the bottom 8 of a Group A itself. The top 5 players, of course, coming in front of us. BGOD leading the charge, 46 finishes, 46 knocks, has been outright brilliant inside of this group, leading that firepower for Team Wyld Fangs, who are actually, by the way, the second highest finish getters inside of this group. You've got Reaper inside of the last 2 days. He's been absolutely phenomenal. Hunters as well. We've seen that run in form. And so I'm actually very happy about Rapido and Flock as well, because these are 2 young lads who are showcasing their brilliance, and I want to see more of it, especially when you talk about the elimination stages that are about to come.
Well, for all things considered here, you know what's really impressive? Seeing SprayGod getting 46 finishes, or are we going to see Knight later on, who's already passed the half a century finish mark in Group A, one of the toughest lobby in India have to offer in particular. So they are going to be coming up next, and it is going to be Group A playing their remaining 3 matches right after this break. So that is going to be something that I'm extremely excited to watch out for.
You know, I am excited for that as well. SINEWY Esports already made their comeback. Now it's actually time for Group A as well. Not a lot of contenders for that top 8, but of course we'll find out, can ORANGUTAN defend their position on the 8th position? We'll find out after a very short break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Limits.
Group B done and dusted. This time we are back with Group A, ladies and gentlemen, as the last 3 games are getting prepped. And of course, to discuss about Group A, I've got my big man back on the desk once again. It is Necroman who is back. And of course, I love to talk about the fact that Group A, there's a lot of competition around that cutoff mark as well. First of all, how are you doing and how excited are you for the last 3 games of the grind?
It's not even a question. I'm doing absolutely good. I'm pumped up to witness the best group that we've got to offer. And since you mentioned, there's still a lot of those teams on the latter half of the board, just barely on the verge of making it inside of the top 8. Now, the cutoff for this Group B was 144 points, and my prediction for the upcoming group is going to be 154. But since the cutoff was a little bit lower on this one, I might want to rethink what I just said.
Are you sure on that 154? Because that is quite high, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, especially when it comes to your engine and their CCs, nothing is quite high. You can actually get yourself the Continental GT650. It does offer you a lot of power, especially with the cherry red color. And of course, if you actually don't think that much CC is not enough, you might actually get yourself the Classic 350. Offers you a nice classic cruising ride. I'm pretty sure Necro is going to love the GT650 because this man loves power, by the way.
Yeah.
But talking about power, do you think Orangutan, they are going to be powering through because they are right at the edge on that 8th spot? I think there's going to be a lot of teams looking to actually take them down.
It's OG we're speaking of. I don't think there's even a single doubt from my side towards OG. I do believe they will be easily able to pull through. It's all about the teams on the latter half of the board. And it's all the doubts that we're speaking of coming through from the side of Nebula Esports, Blitz, even Rapid Chaos Esports. We have seen a lot of those moments where these teams are known to be quite inconsistent. And especially speaking of Nebula Esports, this sort of a performance was not expected from their side.
Absolutely. Now, if you look at the overall standings, of course, the top 4, they are uncontested. TrueRippers, Higgboson, Godlike, as well as K9, they've been brilliant so far. If you look at the bottom 3 of the top 8, Autobotz, Reckoning and Orangutan, I think this is where the problem does lie because they are yet to cross on that 140 point mark. 138, 132 and 131. Closely followed by Rapid Chaos and Blitz Esports with a 130-point tie. And then, of course, you've got Nebula Esports, 121. It's not usual to see Adi, especially in the bottom 8 of the overall standings. I'm not really sure what's going wrong with them. But Necro, what are your thoughts? Can Nebula actually make it through?
They can. It's not even a question. And Nebula is going to be my pick since I do believe that Nebula is one of those teams that does possess a lot of firepower. And speaking of Reckoning Esports, in the past couple of days, Reckoning Esports has been dominating the competition. And looking at this team performance, it has to be a prime example of it. Look at the week 3, just getting 38 finishes. And then inside of the week 4, you see 56 freaking finishes, almost doubled up.
Absolutely. And look at the number of matches that they've played as well. 12 matches inside of week 3, and they've just played 9 matches yet inside of week 4, but they have been absolutely brilliant, outright aggressive, and all of this has actually happened once Levi got back in form, and now Team Reckoning Esports, there's a force to be reckoned with. They are on that 7th spot. They have a little bit of threat to actually work with as well. If they do not perform well today, I feel like they can be outshadowed. They can be taken down by the likes of Blitz Esports. But talking about them, I think Blitz Esports has had one of the massive falls. If you compare, majority of the times inside of Group 8, they were positioning themselves inside of the top 3 or top 4, but now they are out of the top 8.
Yeah, Blitz was doing really good initially off the entire Group A, right? But then later on, Blitz slowly and steadily was just constantly dwindling down in the overall standings. I do remember mentioning this over and over again as well, that Blitz is constantly dipping down in the spots. It's not a good look for them. But to be honest, for Reckoning Esports, these past 2 days, they've been absolutely insane. And we've also got the team stats for Reckoning Esports as well. Now, looking at Reckoning Esports, or OG, from the week 3, OG was able to secure 44 finishes off of 12 games, and now OG in just 9 games they've managed to acquire 44 finishes, which is insane. Looking at the total points as well, they managed to acquire 66 points in 12 games, and now in OG in just 9 games they've managed to acquire 65.
This is actually uncanny similarity, and we have been talking about it as well. Orangutan in the early days of Grind's Group A, they have been struggling, and they were struggling hard, especially on their maps of Erangel. They were drop clashing against the lads of Team Soul, but finally it seems like those little adjustments in their game style, in their play style, as well as in their mentality is just pushing them through as well. We'll talk about the top 5 players, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about how Spray God was leading the charts inside of Group B, but now here in Group A, there's a complete different competition altogether. You've got Knight, who has turned into an absolute nightmare for the teams. 54 eliminations already, and then you've got Levi and what a rise did this lad have.
Yeah, Knight's on a whole different league. Levi in the past 2 days, this man's been fragging out on a whole different potential. You look at Slug as well coming through from K9 Esports, getting 40 frags. Hydro there too from TrueRippers. Once again, consistency's being maintained by that guy. And Joker from Seoul, as usual, this man is always there inside of the top 5 players. And once again, he's making it, doing a fantastic job supporting Seoul. Speaking of Seoul, they're already doing really good in the overall standings.
Yeah.
They should not even be a part of the conversation. The real conversation still relies the teams next to the 8th spot. We're also speaking of Nebula Esports. Now, usually, if you remember in Showdown, there used to be one of those players from Nebula Esports constantly in the top 5 players as well. But recently, they have switched that playstyle. We're not seeing that same aggressive Nebula Esports anymore.
Which is actually very surprising. But one thing which is also very surprising, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the caster predictions. So many of them have actually picked up Nebula Esports. Necro going ahead with Nebula Esports. IC Baby going ahead with NBE. As well as Maisie from the Hindi desk. You've got Blitz coming in from Anki, Spiro and Ravan against going in with Orangutan, and myself with Rapid Chaos Esports. Necro, I think Rapid Chaos, I think it was an easy pick on that 9th spot. I did not want to take any risk whatsoever tonight because I understand the intensity of this lobby. But speaking of this lobby, they're going to be playing 2 maps of Miramar and 1 map of Erangel, and I think that is exactly where Blitz Esports also have an advantage because their maps on Miramar are not bad actually.
I guess, look, one of the most unpredictable team in this entire lobby is going to be Rapid Chaos Esports.
Yeah.
And then speaking of Blitz, as I mentioned at the start, Blitz Esports was looking really strong, and then later on, for some reason, their grip was loose, and that's why they're constantly dropping down slots in the overall standings as well. I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with Blitz Esports, but speaking of Rapid Chaos Esports, that unpredictability is really keeping them in a decent spot in the overall standings. Yeah, there are one of those burst of games where they do get a lot of elimination points as well, but at the same time, they're not consistent, and that is the only problem. That is the only case that's really holding Rapid Chaos Esports back.
You know, I think talking about comebacks, you have to ensure that you play according to your strengths. SINEWY did that. Their strength is the map of Erangel. They absolutely bolster the competition. We'll find out who does it inside of Group A. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll jump into the first game. Here we go, Erangel.
Planes in the skies once again, and this time the plane flight path heavily tilted down south. If the teams do want to go all the way up north towards Severny, now that's going to be a real rough location. And especially for K9 Esports, there's a big chance we might just see them go extremely aggressive off the rip, since they are going to try to head on towards the pit stop, get their hands on the vehicle, and then move on towards Severny.
I mean, if you talk about K9 Esports, they've crossed on that double 100 mark, by the way. They have absolutely nothing to fear, and they have already made a statement as well. K9 Esports have 0 stakes. It's just chill 3 matches that they are going to relax, I'm pretty sure. But knowing Omega, I think he still wants to get those finishes on board, still wants to get those chicken dinners because he absolutely loves winning his games, and that is the sportsman spirit that we want to see, especially inside of this game so far. Talking about Autobotz, their games inside of Erangel have been phenomenal as well. They are consistent, 2nd position, 79 points secured, and this game of Erangel can potentially set themselves up. We talked about that already. They're yet to cross at that 140-point marker. They are currently sitting at 138. A good game on the map of Erangel, which means they are going to be out of the race. They would be completely safe.
They indeed will be. And looking at this plane flight path as well, it's going to open up a lot of opportunities for teams like Nebula Esports. Since Nebula, they usually like to head on towards Hospital, but now this time, they're going to drop on towards the secondary drop location, which is going to be Shelter. This is going to be an interesting adjustment coming through from Nebula. Looking at the southern side, you've also got God's Rain dropping on towards Military Base. Even TrueRippers heading on towards North. This circle, it's quite a standard one. It's not going to make a lot of difference. You've also got Madkings heading towards Quarry. Blitz off the rip on the move. I like that.
You're saying it's a standard circle, Necro, but in my opinion, there's still that aspect of unpredictability because there are chances that a hard shift towards the south might actually catch a couple of these teams off guard.
Not this zone. There's no way. It's never happened in the zone like this. We might see the circle head on towards Milta, but all the way down south.
I mean, true that. I think Milta is a much higher probability that is more close towards the center. But then I am looking at those off circles. You know, BGMI gods, I can never trust them, to be honest, at times. I can never trust anyone. My heart has been broken quite a lot of times.
Hey, but you can always trust Reckoning Esports and their performance in these games.
Absolutely.
The past 2 days, they've been absolutely explosive. Reckoning Esports doing something else. Out of this world. Levi, the man's fragging out, and that's what you love to see. Rapid Chaos Esports, as I mentioned, if they do still want to stand a chance to make that comeback, it's always been that burst of performance, that burst of good game. And if Rapid Chaos Esports, they even have one decent game out of all these three, there's still a chance they can actually maintain that spot in the top 8. They're currently sitting on the 9th spot. For OG, I'm pretty sure the game plan's going to be the same. Try and secure as many points as you can. Stick to the same game plan. Don't get pressured.
We only talked about the team still the 11th position. Necro, we've completely shadowed the ones who were below them, by the way. But I want to talk a little about mathematics, because you've got 8-bit on the 12th spot. You've got Godlike, who are currently in front of our screens, on the 13th position. They're yet to cross that 100-point mark. But what are the chances one of these teams actually goes on an absolute bolster performance and just thrives their way inside the top 8? What do you think are the chances?
Now, let's think of it this way. Imagine Godlike gets a chicken dinner, 20 points in total.
All right.
Is that still enough for them to mount that comeback? The answer is no. That's what I'm talking about. Even if Godlike does get one solid game, that's still not going to be enough to even keep the players of Godlike in close contention.
It needs
Godlike
2 back-to-back games.
Yeah, exactly. Godlike bare minimum needs a 30-pointer and then a 15-pointer in the next game. And that's too much to ask for, since in the past they haven't even been able to pull off one good game.
But this is what we're here for, by the way. I think I am just going to be watching out for those miracles. Yes, of course, you're right. I think, practically speaking, realistically, there's not going to be any of those comebacks. But we've seen a couple of these teams do the unthinkable, especially the likes of 8-bit. You've got Sarang in the picture. Sarang has been in those miracle situations so many times. We remember the run inside of BGIS 24. We remember the run inside of BMPS 24 as well. I think he understands miracles. It's not going to be easy to replicate the performance for sure, but then, you know, the odds are going to be in their favor, at least by a minuscule, and that is what I'm going to be banking on. For teams like Madkings, for teams like AX, it's almost done and dusted, which is a little disappointing.
And I guess the downfall from AX, it should be noticed. At the start, AX was dominating on day when I still remember AX, the amount of points they were able to gather up. We all were surprised. What is AX doing? Everyone was saying, oh my god, this is the new and revamped AX. We all wanted to see a bit more of them. But as time kept on passing by, AX's performance, it was lacking. They were just not able to adapt to the lobby. The pace was a bit too much for them, and AX was just slacking off. And right now, they're currently sitting on the 16th spot, below Madkings as well, by the way. Now, let's speak mathematics, right? If Madkings as well, if they really do want to stand a chance to make the comeback, do 30 bombers. It's possible.
Yeah. And I think Madkings, especially the players that they've got, Clutch God, Shadow Pro, they've done that in the past, but it's just the run in form that we are talking about. We've seen their games. It seems like Madkings, teams like Godlike, teams like 8-bit, they're struggling to get even one 4v4 in their favor. A 30 bomber, it's actually far out of the equation. Have a look at this once again. Now this is where tragedy strikes Team AX. They were on their merry move, but Devotee, one of their main man, goes down to an off player. Autobotz Esports had a lovely little camp in this particular compound, and they saw a team moving past in the vehicle. It was quite easy for them to take it down. It is just unfortunate for Team AX.
That's a free elimination point gathered. And also the loot, it's going to be scooted up. For AX, I'm not even sure what now is going to be stabilizing them. All the way on the last spot in the overall standings. I'm pretty sure AX has now given up. I don't think they still have got the hope to actually qualify.
There's actually a very nice meme that Devotee actually likes all the reels about the community on Instagram. Now he's actually getting eliminated so early that he will have time to scroll Instagram.
Hey, you're wrong.
Why?
Technically, I think Devotee is now going to get a lot of choice of word from his IGL. So I don't think he will be in the right state of mind to actually scroll through on social media. First, he's going to try to rectify what exactly went wrong. Why did we pull off that rotation? And what I could have done better. But to be honest, just getting sprayed down like that, I feel like the only possible thing AX could have done is research. If the plate flat pad's going to be on this side, where do the teams drop? And where we can possibly encounter people?
Necro, once again, I want you to correct yourself over there. If the IGL pulled off that rotation, why would he scold Devotee? It was not his fault. It wasn't even a firefight. Isn't it the other way around? Shouldn't Devotee be the one scolding Aryan that, you know what, that rotation was actually So wrong.
Was it Aryan who pulled it off? I don't think so. It was Aryan who was making that rotation. I think it was just him.
No, it wasn't just Devotee. There was somebody else who was also driving.
Yeah, so...
Devotee was sitting in the vehicle just chilling. He had nothing to do in that fight.
But I'm pretty sure that split call must have been taken by the IGL, right? You guys can drop there. We're going to drop over here.
Yeah.
You guys try and get your hands on some vehicles, some basic loot, and then we can see what we want to do. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a bit of back and forth going on there. And knowing the fact that these guys have been with each other for such a long time, the synergy's not even going to be questioned.
Yeah.
They know each other pretty well. They have been with each other for years now. So they know what exactly is going on.
Yeah, even outside the game, I think I've always seen Aryan and Devotee just always standing and sitting together as well, especially when we meet at LANs or even at the Krafton India Awards where we had a brief discussion. It was always Aryan and Devotee side by side. But have a look at this. It seems like two teams are quite close to each other. And this time it is going to be one of the players of Blitz Esports, Soham, taking the fall. He had control of that warehouse, but the nade coming in from 8-bit was brilliant. But it seems like they are going to be making that push. Raiden wants to get this finish on the board. But are they aware the rest of the team? They're still prepping themselves.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what that man was doing from Blitz. Getting caught off guard like that for 8-bit, that's going to be free B acquired. Speaking of 8-bit too, yes, there's still a chance, but they need a 20 bomber off the rip. And that's the only thing that's going to put them around it. If they do not get that 20 bomber, making a comeback still going to be a dream. Godlike, they need to have an explosive performance, and that's the only possible way they can still stand a chance. Back-to-back 30 bomber maybe, and that's the only thing that's going to put them in the top 8. But if you keep on dying in such a weird way, then you are not going to stand a single chance. Jonathan out in the open, he still finds that first knock. Raiden's down. 8-bit. Now they're getting pieced apart. As S-Power is going to try to make that pounce as well. S-Power gets taken down real low. But what was that whiff? 8-bit, they're still fighting back constantly. Godlike, even they've taken a lot of damage upon themselves. The fight not done yet. Skips in the back, the only person standing for 8-bit. There's still a possible that he can pull off the clutch. But there's also Godsren around the fray. And Godsren is now third-partying this fight. Godlike's done.
Absolutely. No matter who wins this fight, both these teams are going to be taken down by a third party. And Godsren is looking to engulf all of them. This is such a scrappy fight coming in from Godlike. I just did not expect this. The first team to get wiped off. And what was that approach? Out in the open, spot a team like 8-bit. And I understand your instincts are going to be to try and take that fight, but at least try and get yourself decent positions.
I know, right? Positioning's important. Why are you placing yourself out in the open like that? At least be around the shoreline first and then go for those shots.
And none of the players actually tried to cover fire for each other. It was S-Power taking individual battles, Jonathan taking individual battles, and Bino once again just getting caught off guard. Mania left everybody behind and just disembarked from the vehicle. It was a tragedy struck against Godlike, and that is one of the reasons why they fell. But Scapes managing to survive, and also, I think, fortunately, letting Godsren slip by just adds a little bit of survival instinct for this lad. I think he can get a couple of placement points.
It felt like I was watching those guys play a WoW map, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
The way they were taking those individual duels, it was so weird, not coordinated at all. Look at Delta from Godsren now. What is this man doing? All the way in the water lines, all by himself, and there's also a team now starting to stack up around him. And yes, the circle actually does shift on top of Milta. Salty, I was right.
Yeah. Circular people have good predictions with circles themselves. It seems like circles are your best friend, Necro.
All right, buddy.
I'm so sorry about that. He's one of my greatest mates, guys.
No, I'm not.
Not from now on?
Not from now. No, I mean, even before. Wow, Salty. I'm going to make you look bad now.
Well, we'll actually move back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about circles, this time it is actually on Milta. Nebula, one of their players has been caught off guard. Nomi does take the fall, and it seems like K9 Esports are looking to pile up on the hurt. And Nebula, one of the teams who can potentially make that comeback, but K9 Esports, they do chime in on this fight. Chances are going to be glim elsewhere. This is going to be Reckoning Esports duking it out against Team TrueRippers, and they are already on their knees. As yet another man, Lovish, has been brought down to his knees as well.
Reckoning Esports actually losing their grip on this fight. How does this even happen? And for OG, they're still inside of the game. flipping the odds, flipping the table in their own favor. Even TrueRippers doing a fantastic job. OG has taken a lot of damage as well. And now they're patching themselves up. TrueRippers on the opposite side of the spectrum. They've already taken a lot of damage. And for OG, what is this position they're playing with? Too exposed to a lot of threat. One of the men actually falls down as well, and that's going to be Saurav who finds the knock. For Blitz, there's Chunda knocked out once again. For some reason, Blitz is constantly losing out on the individual players, and they really need to give them the revive.
Yeah. Seems like chances are going to be Klim. Team Soul coming in from their right-hand flank. There's so many teams inside of Minta right now that Blitz Esports, I'm not even sure how are they going to tackle the problem. Have a look at this, TrueRippers as well. Slight errors in terms of judgment. Ronnie just stepped out in the open and now he gets punished for it. Ninja Boy from the distance just keeps on spamming those bullets. He wants to get that finish in his favor because, of course, Knight and Slug, they are just far behind. Not far behind, they're far ahead in terms of the overall standings. Ninja Boy wants to join the party. K9 Esports have been rather brilliant. All of their assaulters have just been on top form, to be honest, Necro.
They indeed have been. Specifically Knight. The man's on a whole different level in this lobby. No one's able to match that guy. Lobster from Autobotz Esports, another big guy. And Lobster, the man's now going to try to pull off a rotation as well. Autobotz Esports still around the outskirts of the zone. Playing from the edges. I'm not even sure what Lobster's game plan is, but whatever it is, he is fighting for map control. God's Reign next to Higgboson. That's going to be another potential fight that might just brew up. And for Higgboson, control is probably the most important thing they're looking for. Having a look at the replay of that fight between Reckoning Esports and TrueRippers. It really started off with Reckoning Esports having the man advantage, but somehow TrueRippers, they flipped the odds in a perfect manner. The utilities tossed on the first two players on top. It was brilliant, precise.
You know, this is where problems are going to pile up on Reckoning Esports as well as Team Orangutan. Now,
oh my God.
Autobotz with 5 eliminations, they've actually gone past that 140-point mark. And they are going to be safe. They are outside the circle. They have a lovely part of the circle as well. Have a look at that, the circle. Majority of it is still in the waters, and this is what I was talking about. K9 Esports as well, they have been caught off guard. A couple of their players falling. God's Reign, they are looking extremely strong as majority of these teams, they start to migrate upon Milta, but it's not going to be easy. There's not a lot of compound. There's Slug looking to cook up this nade. Is it going to be Slug? Is it going to be Destro? Who finds a knock? Big question.
Chaos is now going to be unfolded. And look at K9 Esports. Oh, Slug, those shots, definitely deadly. And what did I just see from God's Reign? Justin. Oh no, out in the open, the man ejects and he gets absolutely fiddled with. Dominated, rocked on. K9 Esports, they actually do somehow make the comeback in the fight. That's insane. K9 Esports started things off with a big disadvantage, and now God's Reign, they're left with only Delta on the block. It's impossible to convert the fight now. But the fight's not done yet. There's also going to be VS from the back chiming inside of the fight. Too many teams around that same block, and Nebula Esports now just want to steal the elimination points away. Nebula, they've got a clear line of sight. It's Kratos who spots out those players as well.
Elsewhere, it is going to be Team TrueRippers. Love the fact that they are already experiencing that momentum. They have adrenaline on their side, and now this time they're looking to eliminate the lads from Higgboson. Hydro taking yet another fight. Rapid Chaos, somebody who we thought that potentially can make it inside of the top 8, now are getting dished down upon. And look at the sprays coming through. Kyo Lamau, he is looking to get all of those players by themselves.
Now, you guys might be wondering, why are so many fights breaking out just at the stage 4? It's because the majority of the circle, it's in the waterline. And not a lot of playing surface is available. All these teams, they want to compact and sit right next to each other, but that's not going to work out. You will have to fight out for a good spot, and that's what they're doing. Rapid Chaos Esports, 3 players still around the centric block. And now around them, there are pretty stronger foes. TrueRippers being one of them. And that split between TrueRippers, not a big fan of it. Ronnie's all by himself, separated from the pack, while the remaining 2 players next to each other. This stance from TrueRippers, it seems quite deadly for themselves.
This is going to be one of the most important games for Rapid Chaos because their record on the map of Miramar is actually not that good. They haven't acquired that many points on the map of Miramar. And this is one of their games where they can potentially make a difference. But this time it seems like TrueRippers aren't really going to allow that. A 2v1 outnumbered. That man falls. Rapid Chaos in a deep world of trouble as Arjun looking to pay back with those nades. But it seems like from the back line, Ronnie has a lovely position to work with. He can wrap them from two different sides. What can Rapid Chaos do?
What are these pushes from Rapid Chaos? Why did that man just push all by himself? That's my question. That solo push was, of course, not going to work out. And for TrueRippers, that was a free elimination point that they just got. Ronnie's also close and personal, and Rapid Chaos Esports, they really want to put an end to his story. Nate tossed out, Ronnie taken down even low. And now TrueRippers making that bounce in tandem, and just like that, Rapid Chaos Esports, they starting to drop down bodies even more. Arjun, the only person standing, he does spot out the players in the front, but he just can't do anything. He's outnumbered. There's 3 foes in the front, and Arjun's all by himself. He wants to back away to safety, and that's what he's doing. But now TrueRippers, they're just straight up looking to make that pounce. Before getting taken down, he eliminates one of the men from the side of TrueRippers.
TrueRippers, they are on a roll already. 9 eliminations on the block, just 2 players left alive, but they don't really care. They are already inside of the top 3 and they are quite safe. Have a look at this. This is going to be an ambush coming in from Higgboson. Victorious Summers, they are in shambles. The other team who is also in this fight, TrueRippers, they have been left stranded as well, as one of their men did commit a mistake. Higgboson, all of a sudden the nade comes in. Wait, what just happened?
Yeah, such an action-packed game. Random chaos ensuing all across the board. Victorious Sumus, now that's the only team that stays alive on that block. But there's also going to be TrueRippers now chiming inside of the fight. What am I even watching? K9 Esports is still alive? What? And K9 Esports has actually got the players of VS on the lockdown. Scary John is knocked out. The man wants to cross on towards the safety lines. Smoke's being tossed out as well. Look at that nade. K9 chipped up even lower. Victorious Sumus, they know exactly where K9 is. Another nade tossed out. They're inside of the smoke. The nade blows up. But K9 is still good and dandy. Venom now moves up close and personal, but Venom's position is now compromised. That nade was tossed, but Venom is a little bit back, and now things looking good. Another nade tossed out from Venom as well. VS, they need the cover fire. Venom needs to be saved, and the cover fire arrives at the right time, but still Omega, the man's all by himself doing a lot of damage. Another nade tossed out from TrueRippers. That's another third party on the block. TrueRippers now want to claim all the points that lie in the front. Utilities doing damage, finding knocks. Mafia is the only person alive.
This is abomination. This is absolute chaos as Victorious Summers bows out of this game as well. And like we said, TrueRippers, they are truly ripping everyone apart. Hydro still stands tall. 5 eliminations already for this lad. And they've got so much chaos inside of this lobby. Have a look at this. Team ORANGUTAN, they are also diving into battle. And this time it is going to be AKOP to find that first knock. Hydro pays back, but can he stay alive? Not anymore, as WizGod finds revenge for his fallen comrade. ORANGUTAN, they're keeping themselves alive in the race for the top 8. But for how long will this continue is going to be the question, as Autobotz, they spotted them in the distance and they're looking to shut everyone down. Necro, look at this. It's just the 5th stage and we only have 6 teams and 16 players alive. This is insane.
Look at Autobotz though. They're actually funneling in a lot of elimination points as well. Under the radar, scooping in those elimination points. They've already got 8 acquired. This is crazy stuff from Autobotz Esports. Arib as well, creating that flank angle. For AX, now they need to deal with the boys of Nebula Esports too. And Nebula, they've got 3 players on the block. But Nebula is also being surrounded by Blitz and Soul. And there's a big chance Soul and Blitz will collide as well. Oh, this is going to be more chaos just unfolding soon. AX tossing out that nade. Aryan able to chip away the man above him. Nebula needs to find a way to put a full stop to AX's story. It's getting a bit too much. That nade. Oh my god, Aryan barely survives. The man's taken down to barely any sort of HP. He still wants to patch himself up, but now he's just going to back away and pop that first aid. Nebula is actually making that pounce. Phoenix is already moved down.
Sad news is Aryan does not have any of those first aids available, just 2 bandages, and that is all he's got to work with. Team AX, they certainly are in shambles. They want those position points for themselves, but Nebula, they are in desperate need for points and they have absolutely nothing on board, and this is where problems really arise. We were thinking of a big game coming in from Nebula. Finally, he does find the first hit for himself. He's going to pop it up, and that is bad news for Nebula. They almost had that first finish in the back, but now even that is going to get denied.
Oh, the nade being cooked. Phoenix, you got to be a little bit careful. The nade pin, you can hear it. And what did I just see? Servar, he finds a brilliant knock. Threats the needle. Blitz Esports actually doing a lot of damage against the players of Nebula. And now Nebula somehow need to find a way to save the day for their IGL. What was Adi even thinking? There's no way he did not know that there was someone right in the backline. But AX is now getting pounced on by OG. And AX doing a fantastic job keeping the players of OG in check. But even AX lose out another man. I think he barely surviving on a sliver of HP, and Phoenix really wants to push out. Aimbot is going to get another confirmation on the block. Phoenix, he's really adamant. He's stubborn to get that fight, and he actually does wipe out OG. Getting that final connection. 41 bullets in the magazine, 5 bullets in the spare. Phoenix is running low on resources.
That was reckless. That was absolutely reckless coming in from Orangutan. They had no business escaping away from Autobotz like that and stepping into a cluster like this. But have a look at this Blitz. They are looking to clean up the crew. Nebula Esports are in the face of destruction right now. Another nade just steps in.
Oh my god, what?
From where did that nade come from, Autobotz? Wait, are you really kidding me?
His own teammate tossed that. Oh my god, his own teammate tossed that nade. Or was his soul? I'm a little bit confused what just happened there. But whatever just happened, Nebula Esports got a second shot at life. And now Phoenix. Oh, he can hear that man creep and crawl right next to him. But how can Phoenix put an end to his story? Soul spotted in the sidelines. Autobot's taking those shots against Soul as well. Soul's barely surviving on life support. Another man's knocked out. Oh, AX has been eliminated from the game by Phoenix. This is brilliant. Nebula, not a lot of elimination point confirmed, but still they've got the placement points to play with.
I'm pretty sure the hearts are pumping for all of these 3 teams out there. 3 teams and 7 players alive inside of this lobby. It is a 3v1 situation, of course. But for Nebula Esports, this game could have actually been pretty huge, but they could not convert it. Just 2 finishes on the block. Got to give it to the lads of Autobotz as well. Amidst all of this chaos, not only did they acquire those finishes, look at that, 10 eliminations on board. They're also en route for a massive chicken.
Oh no, Phoenix is done. He's in the outskirts. The Blues on the move. It's going to force the man. There's Soul in the front as well. What can Phoenix do? He's still not inside of the circle. Pixel missing. And now he's inside of the circle. But that man from Soul, that's an easy spot, and it's done. Now we've got the final 2 teams standing. Autobotz versus Soul. Autobotz Esports, they've got a lot of finish points. And looking at the boys of Soul, they've only got 5 on the board. But at the end of the day, both the teams doing really good in the overall standings, so it's not even going to make any difference. But for Nebula Esports to be able to make it out alive that late in the game, that's definitely going to be huge.
I'm not really sure the points they needed versus the points they got. There was a stark difference.
7 points they got.
That's still not going to do enough.
It's not going to do enough, but at least it's touching the bare minimum.
Yeah. It's just the bare minimum that we always talk about. Get those 6-7 eliminations on board, but then Nebula just had to actually work with. Nonetheless, Team Autobotz, this is one of those games that they really needed. 138 points before the start of this game, 148 now. And especially if they do back the chicken, they are far and beyond competition. Team Soul, they don't really need this game so far. They have done a fairly decent job in the rest of the grind, so they are just going to be chilling. But 3 teams, or rather 2 teams, brilliantly placed on 2 sides of the circle. It's just about time. And this is just stage 7, by the way, Negro. And we are down to our 2 teams. I've never really seen in such a quick game before.
No matter what anyone says, the circle was the main MVP, straight up. The way it was taking those curveballing shifts. First shifted right on top of Milta. Then later on shifted in the water lines next to Milta. Majority of the land surface, it was gone. But then later on, once again, took a curveballing shift right next to Milta towards the left.
You know, 2 teams you've got to give credit for this chaos, I think, has to be K9 Esports and TrueRippers. TrueRippers just were really hammering down the teams. Anyone you could actually find. From the urban battles to the open lands, they were chasing down teams and dumping their numbers on top of them, which was absolutely brilliant to watch. K9 Esports as well did a fairly decent job. But I think for Orangutan, for Rapid Chaos, this was a bomb. They did not expect this. They did not really perform to the best of their capabilities, and now I think problems are going to pile up on top of them, because all that they're going to be left with is going to be those 2 maps of Miramar.
Especially speaking of Rapid Chaos Esports, what the hell was that man doing? Why did he push all by himself? I don't get it. You've got your teammates right next to you, and you still make that push all by yourself. That's the biggest question. It's still popping up in my mind. Why would you even think of doing it?
I think even before that fight, Rapid Chaos, they were just already done and dusted. They knew it was a 2v4. The chances to actually win that fight is slim what can you even possibly
It was
do?
a 3v3 between OG and them. Ronnie was all the way in the back lines. Oh, it was TrueRippers and them. Ronnie was all the way in the back lines. TrueRippers, 2 players were right next to each other. Rapid Chaos as well. They had 3 players. And when that one man made a solo push, then Rapid Chaos only had 2 players left standing against the 3 men of TrueRippers. And now look at this Soul. The push. It was impossible. They could never make it. Last man legit out in the open and even legit gets dealt with. Solid stuff from Autobotz Esports. From the sidelines, able to get a lot of elimination points confirmed. This is some great stuff from them. And to be honest, as I mentioned, it does not matter who won that game. The real MVP was the zone.
You know, MVP was the zone for sure, but you've got to give credit to Autobotz for the amount of finishes they actually found out from that zone itself.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine this, right? You get 10 elimination points, add 3 more Form Team Soul, you get a chicken dinner as well. You were at the yellow zone, the danger spot where you could have actually gotten eliminated, but 23 points, all of a sudden you're inside the top 4, which is insane.
Especially that chaos that really unfolded around Higgboson, K9 Esports, Victoria Sumus, and even then later on TrueRippers started to toss out those utilities. Man, what was going on there? And especially one of these moments where Blitz was easily supposed to eliminate that man from Nebula Esports and put them in a real bad spot. I'm not sure who tossed that nade. I really want to see that replay once again.
You know,
if I'm not wrong, it was his own teammate. It was Blitz that tossed that nade, and then Blitz was eliminated by that nade.
We'll actually find it out in the replays again if we do get to see it ever again. But to be honest, talking about the stats from that chicken dinner, you've got Pro with 7 eliminations, Lobster with 2, Ralphie with 4, and Arib, of course, just contributing with the damage numbers as well. Brilliantly done, I guess. The 13 eliminations acquired, 10 points from the chicken. I've talked a lot about it. But yeah, once again, going back to that situation, I think it was one of the most chaotic situations inside of the entirety of the grind that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Victoria Summers was still in competition, in my opinion. They were trying to do something massive. They were trying to get a big number on board, but they did not predict that there are going to be so many teams chiming on top of them.
That's the second most chaotic game coming through from this particular group. The first one, if you remember, the circle shifted towards Asna Poliana.
Yeah.
And there was K9 Esports around that edge. That was probably one of the most chaotic zones. And now this one as well. It was so chaotic. It was really tough to even know who was tossing nades where, who was the one taking a fight where, who was third-partying where. So many questions were popping up in my mind constantly. But would you want to talk about what happened to Godlike there?
I mean, I think Godlike, nothing can be said and done. This team, we already talked about it. They were so far away from the overall standings, from the top 8 as well. They're trying desperate measures at this point. Every player is to try and want to be a hero. Every player wants to be the man who saves Godlike from the brink of extinction. And I think that is the only reason why this team is falling apart, because you need to play as a team. And that fight right there, they were not playing as a team.
Just one man cannot really control the entire chaos. Just one man cannot really save the day for you. He cannot be the Superman that you're looking for. But to be honest, now after this one game, I would say the overall standings have now clarified a bit more. You can't save an 8-bit now. For them to make that comeback in the top 8 just gets even tougher, because 8-bit desperately needed this game. Now you can say the only teams that really stand a chance to make the comeback are the teams from the 11th till the 8th. Before now, let's move on to a short break. We'll continue the conversation.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026. The grind today is the last day for this entire grind series, and guess what? Group A has pretty much begun their journey to close out their entire series so far. 2 more games remaining, and just now Autobotz with a winner chicken dinner, and Seoul continue to try and maintain their spots into the top 8 as well.
I mean, Seoul has definitely found their stabilization in the last few days of play, and of course today, starting off on a great note, kind of gives them the upper hand against the other teams that are competing to stay inside of the top 8. Autobotz on the other front, I think this is a team that has been a very surprising entry inside of that top 8 bracket, being aggressive, being consistent in terms of the end game positioning as well, and I'm just loving the performance from them right now.
Yep, and of course, speaking of performance, if you guys want to perform with the teams, guess what? You can actually play more BGMI right now, because Discovery Island is available right now, and become a part of BGIS like never before. You can play with your squads and help boost the overall prize pool of BGIS 2026. The more you play, the more you will be helping us out in particular. And on top of it all, while we hit a certain milestones, you will be awarded a certain set of rewards as well for yourselves in-game. Best part about it, no UC is required.
Exactly. You save that UC and spend it on the Royal Pass, and then you get your skins for grinding it out. Contribute for the same at the same time for the prize pool of BGIS, and of course, IC has already mentioned the rewards that are there in the Discovery Island itself. Stack up these bonuses that show up every single time BGIS is here, and with this one event, you can also gain a lot for yourself. But for now, we talk about the game, and of course, it was Autobotz that gained a lot of points for themselves, with Pro becoming the MVP of the match with 7 finishes to his name.
Now, speaking of the MVPs as well, obviously we have 2 players coming from Autobotz. Hydro coming from TrueRippers was also part of the top players in this vicinity. Mafia as well coming from Victoria Summers was also a part of it as well, by shutting down all the teams on towards the guardhouses near the outskirts of the city itself here. Yep. And that was very, very interesting as well, because we see God's Raid struggle to actually come out of it as well. We saw a big slam by multiple teams, which again, Nebula Esports was the ones that actually put them there, which ironically enough, I thought Nebula Esports was going to get more points than this, but seems to me they are tied with Victoria Summers with 7 points each.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting, the situation that Nebula find themselves in, because as we have a look at the overall leaderboard, we see OG and Blitz with 136 points each, and this 7th and the 8th position right now are just up for grabs for all of the teams behind them. It all depends and all comes down to the next 2 Miramar games. There's Reckoning Esports, Rapid Chaos, and Nebula fighting it out. 133 for Reckoning, 131 points for Rapid Chaos, and then Nebula at 128. It's not like you need big matches. Nebula in the next game, if OG goes out early and Nebula gets those 8 points, they are at 136 already.
Yeah, considering that OG was able to somehow defend this, which is kind of surprising as well, considering how passive they have been playing as well, and even the final push as well, they were just completely destroyed by Aryan in particular, who's currently sitting on the 15th place. So this is kind of a little bit surprising factor here. And again, this next 2 match is going to be crucial as well, because there's no more Erangel. It is going to be a map of Miramar. So teams who do well in Miramar will have a significant advantage to kind of give chase as well. We will have a little bit of the map stemmings in-game later to talk about it, but personally, it's going to be a fight between these 5 teams.
Yeah, it definitely will be a fight between these 5 teams, and of course, I feel like the chances based on how the team has been playing recently are a little bit higher for OG, because Blitz in the last few days of play have not been their best. We saw Blitz perform really well at the start of their journey in the grind, but since then it has just been a steady decline in the number of points they have gained for themselves. We have a substitution happening wherein it's Team Soul that have subbed Goblin out, and Thunder is going to be the man stepping in. It's going to be interesting to see, because as far as I remember, in the grind, Goblin kind of had a late show up in terms of his form. Started off not really doing well, did pick up the pace in the middle, and has really been inconsistent for the team. So let's see if things kind of work out for Thunder, and especially for the side of Soul. Now that they have found stable footing inside of the top 8, they have the luxury of going for these experiments.
Yeah, I'm surprised Thunder has not left the team yet here. He's been sticking with Legit for the longest of time during his medal days, and now with Soul as well.
Much.
I'm surprised he's still there, but at the same time, here is going to be another substitution as well. Seems like Blitz is going to be bringing in Nova to sub up Sorev. What is up? Because right now, Blitz, it seems like they are going to be in a situation that they may be kicked out.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this substitution?
Hey man, desperate times call for desperate measures. That's what I think about it. I mean, you try whatever you can. throw everything that you can in the game, and if that doesn't work out, you throw the kitchen sink and hope that that works. And I think that's the only hope that Blitz has left right now.
How do you pull a kitchen sink and throw at somebody?
That's how desperate they are.
Okay, fair enough. But all things considered here, yeah, I think they do need to actually make a little bit of adaptations. More emotions might be running a little bit too high. Mistakes may have made. Obviously, when it comes to competition here, having a calm mind is going to be very, very crucial as well. Laser focus is going to be very, very important. If somebody's distracted, take him out, man.
Exactly, and I think distractions are definitely going to be caused by the team sitting at the top of the leaderboard, because if you look at how K9 plays, how Godsrain plays, how Higgboson plays, I mean, these teams, two of them in particular, are all about aggression. Godsrain and K9 Esports. Higgboson on the other side. I think this was the first game where we did not see them in the top 3. Other than that, they are there in the top 3, top 4 every single time.
I think Higgboson has been losing out in the past 3 days because they've had enough points to pretty much qualify for the quarterfinals in particular. So there's no reason for them to actually, you know, go crazy hungry like how K9 is, which again, K9 has been just hunting people left, right, front and center.
And that's not been the playstyle for Higgboson as well, to be fair. I mean, they were never a team focused on finishes. Because from even the very first round that they played, they got, I believe, like 2 or 3 eliminations, but they ended up winning the chicken dinner. Was it a chicken dinner? No, not the chicken dinner. They finished second in that game. So that has been their playstyle. They're more about consistently finishing in the top 3, the top 4. They focus a little bit more on placement points compared to K9 and Godsrain. And that is also another way of playing the game, right? I mean, it's a battle royale. It's all about surviving till the very end. But right now, there is opportunity for them to start figuring out how to get aggressive, and let's see if they utilize it in the last 2 games.
Oh, it's going to be a balance between finish points and also positions as well, because eventually when the points come down towards the wire, tiebreaker is going to be the ones that decide between whether or not you make it or break it. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping on into the map of Miramar now for Group A.
Alright, it is going to be, well, another penultimate game, this time for Group A. Miramar is on our screens right now, and it is going to be interesting to see how this one turns out for these 16 teams that are fighting for 2 things. Top 8 moving to the quarterfinals, and the bottom 8, well, sticking around in round 4. We have a flight path, well, another central flight path kind of starts from the southern edge of the map right below Los Leones and goes towards, well, the northwestern quadrant, just ending northwest of La Cobriera. It's not too one-sided, it's quite centric, and the only places where I feel teams are going to have trouble heading towards are going to be those northeastern quadrant compounds. Torre Amuda, Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca, Cruz del Valle might result in drop clashes towards the eastern highways, maybe.
Well, speaking of dropping in towards this map in particular, the map standings gives us a little bit of statistics here on how the teams are going to be performing as well. OG does do not too well in the map. Miramar, same can be said for RECKONING Esports, who's also looking to try and break past towards the top 8. OG is currently defending it, but pay attention to this. Blitz is currently on the 4th position with 48 points. So that means if they do well again in this map, which is something that they're very comfortable at, they should be able to hold the 7th position.
I mean, they should be able to hold on to that spot because, as you said, OG, Nebula, Rapid Chaos, these 3 teams have not really done too well in their journey so far. And, I mean, it's going to get a little bit more intense. Blitz Esports, they are there, but they're also there on that 7th spot. So their life should be easier if things work out. But right off the bat, we have K9 clashing against the players of Victorious-Sumus. Oh my goodness, this is going to be an intense fight. And Victorious-Sumus, their feet hit the floor a little bit before the players of K9. Knight under pressure as a spray comes through from Mafia. And Omega is going to be the first man that gets knocked out. Shanks all around. Players getting knocked out. Venom also falls. And it seems like Victorious-Sumus, it is not going to be easy for them to be victorious in this one. Mafia has HP to work with, but so do the players of K9 now that they have recovered. Mafia needs to be cautious, finds a knock, down to a 1v1, and the damage onto Ninja Boy. The last few shots connecting, and Victorious-Sumus barely clinching this win in a 4v4.
What a pre-fire coming from Mafia as well, with the Mini 14, expecting him to peek out through the door, instantly takes him out. Victoria Summers, they have a big win in that fight. So that's going to be a very, very good points there. But is it enough for them to try and chase for the top 8? Oh, I'm sorry to say. They might be out of the running here, considering that they've just lost Always as well. But again, mathematically, still very, very possible. Victoria Summers needs to win the chicken dinner with a minimum of 10 finishes this game and also the next game. And that's also provided if Blitz, OG, Reckoning Esports doesn't push the cutoff even higher.
Yeah. I think that vacuum, I think at this point they would want the teams at the top, TrueRippers, God's Reign, and K9 to do well so that there's a vacuum and the cutoff is going to be low. And Victoria Sumus, as you mentioned, I think a 30 bomb in this game and maybe in the next game they finish with another 20-25 points and then there's going to be hope for qualification. It all comes down to how the rest of this match is going to go. But while we do have Madkings on our screens right now, I see my eyes are pinned towards El Pozo because there's a drop clash between two teams that are fighting for the top 8 spot. There's going to be Blitz and El Pozo joined by the side of Nebula Esports. If those two teams collide against each other, one of them wins it and wins it all. The other one is going to be patiently waiting for the last Miramar.
This is going to be a tricky spot to be in here, especially coming from Blitz, right? Like, they are the top 2 best performing team in the map of Miramar. The best performing team on top of him is actually Reckoning Esports. And these are 2 teams that are looking to try and fight and defend the top 8 position. And this is their best performing map. And if they get taken out rather early, that's going to be a huge problem for them later on in the final map later on.
Oh, for sure. It's definitely going to be a stressful situation to be in. And I think keeping that in mind, Nebula Esports have kind of abandoned El Pozo early. They want to move for the circuit. And I'm just happy that OG hasn't gone for part owner again. Me and Necro were so surprised as to what OG was doing when we saw them in Miramar the last time. Things did not really work out. This time they drop directly on towards Chumacera. And considering it's quite close to the center of the circle, things should be okay for OG. Yeah. Another team in the mix and we have to keep our eyes on. Well, it is going to be the side of 8-bit as well. I mean, they're right there on the eastern edge, almost at the edge of Los Leones.
Oh boy, that's going to be a little bit tricky spot to be in here. I think OG is going to be very, very comfortable. I like that they are going to be in home turf here. The only problem is that can they defend is going to be the question. If circle shifts to Chumacera, they are going to be very, very happy. But if the circle shifts down south, well, we are going to be expecting a mountain fight here near Minas de Val. So that's going to be a little bit tougher to play. We've seen a Minas de Val circle yesterday. We saw how bloody it can go. It all comes down to timings. It's no longer about strategy. It's all about, you know, capitalizing on third parties in order to win. Those few compounds where TrueRippers is heading in the direction are amazing spots to hold here, especially for zoning out competitions and give you a decent amount of cover to work with. But again, Seoul is also going to be making their way from the west side. Nebula Esports is also making a very early rotate to dodge that engagement against Blitz Esports, which again, I don't know how Blitz is going to tackle this here, because considering that this terrain in particular requires you to have very, very good compounds to work with, very, very good places you can kind of hold with and hunker down rather than attacking, just because there is a lot of nook and crannies, a lot of hills you have to climb through as well. So any teams that is going to be late in this circle is going to have a very, very difficult time. And as you can see from Seoul's perspective as well, you can see it's open fields, and then, you know, you have a lot of mountains you kind of need to traverse as well, which will be punished if you're too late to the circle.
Pretty much, but talk about being a little late. And well, it seems like Madkings, they aren't late, but in fact they are a little too early in terms of moving further sail, getting spotted out by the players of Reckoning Esports. Initial shots make contact onto Shadow OG. He was knocked out, but the revive comes through and Madkings recover back to a 4-man roster. I don't know how I feel about Camels on Miramar. I mean, that elevation, it just makes sure the opponents are going to be able to see very clearly.
I've never seen somebody use it, but if you were to theorize it, I would say like Buggy is great for kind of laying low, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
But for Camels, if you want to push up high ground, it does give you that elevation in terms of vision advantage over everybody else. In terms of like, if you're pushing up first, you will be able to spot somebody earlier than anybody else. Well, it's hard to say. I disagreed with theory, even though it's just a theory. You smoke it up, you have an elevation, you can pick out. yeah, sure, great. You can shoot through it as well, somewhat,
My
if
problem
you're holding an
is,
SMG.
yeah, my problem is the other guy can see you as well. Your head is going to be sticking outside of that smoke. That's the only issue I have with it.
I know, right? Like,
And I'm like, again, as you mentioned, it's a theory based on how we sort of play the game as well, how we look at the action. Professional players, every single player has a different POV of how they like to do things. And I think the difference is I would like to protect myself rather than just proactively look for a fight. What basically KlutchGod is doing right now.
okay, before we talk about the camo here, I was about to add on more because it seems like Knuckle has spotted out the camo. And he's going to try and capitalize on this, but he is going to back off instead. KlutchGod will be able to scare him off. Knuckle is going to back off. But seems like the camo is resting. And it's going to give you a little bit of cover, but again, I still don't understand the idea of how to use the camo here. Just because, look, it's so fast.
Let's see, man.
Okay, hold that thought for now. Seems like Knuckle, he went for a different angle. He actually capitalizes on Pro instead for Madkings. And that's going to be Pro confirmed as well. Madkings just losing out right from the get-go before the fight actually begins. Very, very unfortunate run-in here with Soul as well.
Yeah, I think the one use that we've seen for the camel is that people don't take shots towards you when you're on it for some reason. Maybe it's just that the camel is too cute.
It was pretty quiet, but surprise, surprise, it's actually pretty fast.
Yeah.
I thought it's going to be like slow.
His teammate who was basically doing nothing was the one who got taken out. I find that hilarious. And KlutchGod is just running out in the open on that camel. And no one wants to contest him. It's just that aura points that he has been gaining, I guess. But look at the shift of the circle, man. It seems like we are headed towards that Western Highway again. I mean, Godlike, they have the prime spot to contest fights in this zone.
Speaking of contesting here, Circle actually pushed up north. And Hiroshima Godlike is going to be having center control right now. Seems like everybody's going to bail out from the southern region. Teams like 8-Bit, teams like... well, I'm surprised TrueRippers has already out-rotated OG.
Yeah.
Since they were on the south side of where 8-Bits was. Interesting. That was a very quick rotation for TrueRippers.
Also, what is Higgboson still doing towards Los Leones? How are they this slow? Even Victoria Sumus, they were kind of close to Higgboson at the start of the game. And Victoria Sumus, moving in from the northern side, have made it to Monte Nuevo, which is the northern edge of the circle. So Victoria Sumus have found a safe haven. Higgboson, it's going to be a while before they join any conflict, but then again, they're going to be tanking some damage from the early stage blue zones. And same goes for Autobotz as well, who are still towards water treatment. But yeah, both these two teams are sitting in the top 4, I believe, top 5, so no issues for them.
Well, speaking of playing outside the zone here, especially for edge rotations, Autobotz is the only team that has a very, very high success rate in this group in particular. And for Higgboson, they are the only teams that has tried to play center control right from the get-go to get their points to this far. So they don't really have a lot of experiences or, I would say, encounters playing edge zones, which I think is a perfect time for Higgboson to actually practice, considering that they're pretty much qualified. So I wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, at the same time, why is a Godzilla holding on towards a van on the outside?
He's just hitching a ride. He just wants to get out of the city as fast as possible. I feel bad for Godzilla every single movie. Just wants to make a few friends.
I do not know which Godzilla you are watching, but alright, moving on. Seems like Blitz, they do find their first casualty. That's going to be Delta in the hands of Blitz. That's going to be a point in the back, but can Godstrain save Delta is going to be the question. He is going to be out in the open as well for those confirmations, and they will get it as well. So that's going to be a point for Blitz to try and retain their spots in the top 8. A very crucial point, but they will lose a vehicle because of it.
This shift of the zone, I love it. It basically just points out the cluster of teams. Look at that play zone. Every single team is in it. Almost every single team. Just 3 teams are out. Victoria Sumus, Autobotz, and Higgboson. And because all of the teams have seen each other and seen each other's position, they are going to start fighting it out in the most brutal manner possible. I guess the toughest group inside of the grind also will get the toughest endgame zones in the last few matches, where it is very important for a few names to clinch out those points. Nebula Esports, look at them. Felix, he's stuck out into the open. And just a few moments ago, we saw the players of Blitz taking shots towards the players of Nebula as well. And on the radar, you can also see Rapid Chaos present in the nearby vicinity.
Yeah, this is a tough circle to play because it's divided in between two sections, all west and right, and Ladrela doesn't really provide a lot of good compounds. There's just a lot of sneaky angles you can kind of look from the shorelines. But even with those compounds as well, once you're committed, you can't really get out as well because it's just not a good place to protect your vehicles as well because there's so many angles they can shoot from as well. Victoria Sumus tries to swing on towards the edges here, hoping that they don't draw away too much attention, but they are going to be playing edge zone right now. And this is going to be very risky as well because if the circle shifts onto its east side, they are the furthest away from the zone. But if it shifts to them, well, they're going to be a little bit happier, but the pressure is on. There's just so many teams. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 teams on the west side of this insider zone right now.
And the problem is that the western side is also the one with the massive hill of Ladriela. So, yeah, fighting from the hilltop, it's not going to be easy for all the teams that are present there. But they are, I believe right now the goal should be to take out the teams on the low ground sides. But the low ground side teams also have compounds to work with. That is where the concrete cover is there. But Rapid Chaos getting pushed by the players from Autobotz from the distance as Lobster takes a few shots with the Mini 14. But distance being a little too much, he can't really make the connection. Of course, now taking damage from the Stage 3 Blues. Oh no, that could be a big mistake. Rapid Chaos, they could be in trouble. Areeb is closed in the distance and Flash and Toxic. Now they have to make sure they somehow stop this man. And they do what? I thought Flash would be the man falling over there.
Oh my goodness, what a mistake there from Areeb. And now Rapid Chaos Esports, they have to double down on this. Ralphie gets picked up from afar. It's going to be Manya that provides the assistance. The secure in the hands of Rapid Chaos Esports, and Autobotz now forced to come into this fight, and Lobster gets sprays from afar. And just like that, even Soul chimes in. Rapid Chaos Esports, they've lost Groove. And just like that, Autobotz, they lose all their members, but Rapid Chaos Esports, they will be able to hold on and secure all those points.
Toxic has to be cautious now. Rapid Chaos, they know that they can feel pressure from Godlike, and now also made aware by the players of Seoul. Not an easy situation for Rapid Chaos to be in, especially considering that the circle has abandoned them. In about 30 seconds, they are going to be forced outside of that compound as well. Seoul on the other front, they have decent map control, especially the top of the hill, so they can just regroup to where Legit and Nakula.
Well, this is going to be a weird spot to be in, I would say. But again, the circle forces them to push into its soul. So all they need to do is just defend, farm up those finishes, clean them all out before focusing on the entry point.
Yeah.
Whereas OG, somehow, they find themselves a little bit of a tricky spot to be in here. They all hunker down silently inside a compound, trying not to draw attention at all from the east side. And it might be good, but Soul, look at this. They've spawned out Hero Extreme Godlike. Shots being fired here from Knuckle. A couple of chip damage onto its S-Power, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they're just zapping their way into the zone. S-Power forced to disembark, but he is pinned, and Madkings will get the knock through, and S-Power will lose his life. Jonathan actually took a little bit pit stop, thinking whether he should save, but they're not in the clear yet, as Soul continues to press them as well, as Nako pushes down to try and pressure on the Godlike.
Well, let's see. The Godlike could be sandwiched away, as you mentioned. Soul from up above, and TrueRippers from down below. Madkings as well are present on the flank, but Madkings down in numbers, not really in a position where I would advise, or anyone would advise for them to start picking fights. Well, maybe because they're sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, maybe they can. But Godlike, one thing is for sure, this is a difficult situation that they find themselves in. And well, to make things worse, Manya gets knocked out. Admino and Jonathan, they have some cover to work with, but it's not going to be an easy fight for sure.
What a press from Soul. They know Godlike is weak. They know Godlike is pinned. They pushed in. They take one out in the process. And now Jonathan is stuck with Admino in those shack. No way out. Pinned between themselves and also Madkings. And further up is going to be TrueRippers looking as well. There's nothing much Godlike can do in this situation. And all Soul needs to do is just wait. But at the same time, they might be flanked from behind as well. Because based on the positions I'm seeing on the minimap as well, Soul is pretty split off from the rest of the pack. And Nebula is going to be pushing in from the west side. And surprise, surprise, Rapid Chaos Esports is also engaging with Nebula Esports.
Yeah, pretty much. And Rapid Chaos, I think for them, the saving grace is going to be the involvement of Soul. So we see them move on the radar in this direction. And of course, two players from the side of Nebula Esports are close to the players of Seoul, but Kratos takes on Rapid Chaos all by himself, picks off one. Dhruv with a trade, under pressure, shots coming through the window. There was Joker trying to tell the final joke to the players of Rapid Chaos, but legit, even he can chime in, needs to be cautious of Arjun moving towards the left through that smoke. Arjun can gain an off angle to work with.
While this is happening, well, Joker's got Rapid Chaos Esports pin in off angle, but the circle forces Seoul to go up in towards the center. Godstream is smack middle in the zone. Hero Stream Godlike still surviving inside the zone as well. TrueRippers is going to be inside the zone and the roadside lower ground area. OG needs to push in from the east side as well. It's going to be a little bit tricky spot, but Seoul, they've got so much angles and control in this map. But the problem is, ammunition is slowly running out as well. They need to find a way to restock. They've sent out a 1-1-1-1 split and attacked and pressured every third parties possible to try and get them out of the competition, thin the herd. Not getting finishes is fine, but thinning out the herd is going to be the priority here. As Seoul now pushes forward, Rapid Chaos Esports getting slammed, and that's going to be the restock coming in from Seoul as well.
As you said, they needed the ammo, and for that, they're going to make sure that Rapid Chaos, the players, are going to be turned to crate. Last man left alive, Toxic. And he's taking damage from the blue, falls to Thunder instead. There's the restock that they needed, but the trade-off in position, Icy, it's going to be dicey. Because now they are going to be suffering the damage from the blue and from the shots that are fired from the players of Nebula Esports as well. As we can see, Legit in the backlines, Thunder knocked out, and I don't think Legit is going to be able to rejoin his teammates. That's a lot of distance he has to cover.
Oh no, he's getting sprayed down as well, down to his last HP. He lost his tire, and the play zone will take him out. That's going to be so eliminated. In this case, well, not yet though, because Naku is going to be next to fall, and Joker is going to be the last man standing. He might be eliminated just like that. Reckoning Esports comes in, but Reckoning, they go down as well. Joker was able to clean out Reckoning Esports by himself. My goodness, they're surviving.
Yeah, this man is built different. A little bit of a saving grace from the players of Madkings, but Joker cleans house. AX on the other side taking on the players of 8-Bit. Skip's knocked out, but the trade is in the favor of the players of 8-Bit and OG. They're there, looking for the third party. Aryan, Magic Pixel, he's still surviving, but a shot grazing him or even a pinch of splash damage from a nade would be enough to take him out. I don't know how he is still alive. I don't know how he has the courage to lob out these nades on the players of OG, but it's a moment of desperation for Aryan for sure. And look at this, Raiden just goes out into the open and loots those crates like it's nothing. There's no one there.
Oh boy, they have to push out. They're not exactly in zone as well. They're inside the zone momentarily, but they have to cross the road eventually. But they have to clean out each other. Fortunately for them, nobody's going to be looking from the west side. But OG, they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do this game. Aryan might spoil the game here for OG once more, just like they did just now. Too many smokes has been lobbed over. AKOP getting knocked by Madkings from the north. And now OG, they're forced to reset. And they are getting jumped on as well. AKOP getting confirmed by Madkings now. And now 8-Bit, they are going to be pushing down to clean out. Aryan gets spotted out, takes him out as well as 8-Bit gets himself a point. But it's now time to leave as the circle forces them across the road. OG 8-Bit make a call. It seems like they have to collide against each other now before they make the entry.
Pretty much, and I think in this one, 8-Bit have the upper hand. Quite literally, they have the higher ground. And despite the nade goes out, Wizgod gets knocked out. Easy confirmation comes through on the flank. Another player falls, and Atanki is the solo survivor for the side of OG. Hiding inside of the smoke, can't hide for long. Eventually gets finished off. 8-Bit with the cleanup. But I see, in all of this chaos, there's a special thing that's going on. It's a team sitting at the top of the Ladriela Hill with their head down on the ground. They do not want to fight, they just want to survive, and that is Blitz Esports. 4 eliminations secured, sitting at 141 points. And I think their intention is what we were talking about earlier. Just make sure you do well on Miramar. Make sure you have a safety cushion to work with for the last game.
Okay, the 6x scope was able to spot that out. What a tap from Sarang as well. Just like that, Madkings, they are pinned and they might be just done for as well. Sarang finds the confirmation. That's going to be Madkings eliminated. Hero Ship Godlike finally gets an opportunity to push out, but they get spotted out as well, and Mino goes down. Jonathan getting shot from the side of Blitz. Confirmation has been secured for Blitz, but Hero Ship Godlike, they might be done for. As Jonathan has to tuck tail and make a run for it to reposition. And in a blink of an eye, we're down to 6 teams remaining. And guess what, Johnny? The top 8, the race for the top 8 has taken a little bit of pause because Blitz is the only one left.
No, it's not. Look at 8-Bit. They have 10 eliminations to their name. If 8-Bit walks away with the chicken dinner, then that means that going into the last game of Miramar, even 8-Bit would have joined the race. For Blitz Esports, this is about getting a safety cushion going. This is about crossing 150 points so that they are going to be, well, basically untouchable. And in the last game, it's just OG that the pressure will be on. But for 8-Bit, it's a lot more than that. For 8-Bit, they have all 4 players left. Success is within their grasp. The top 8 is right there in front of them. All they have to do is just win the chicken in this game, man.
I will talk about mathematics here, but like you said, if 8-Bit gets the chicken dinner, they are in the race, but they have to do this back-to-back.
Yes.
And right now, they've got 10 finishes, and there's still 18 players left alive. They're 4 alive. That means 14 points up for grabs. So 24 points in this game. Finish points and also chicken dinner will be a massive, massive Hail Mary that 8-Bit needs in order to qualify. Jonathan now all by himself, getting pinned from TrueRippers. Keo on the flank, but it's going to be Blitz that takes him out. Soham finds the confirmation, and that's going to be Hero Ship Godlike eliminated on 6th place.
Oh, Godlike, they're out of it. Out of the race as well, sitting 13th with 100 points to their name. But Blitz Esports and 8-Bit, hearts pounding, a massive adrenaline rush surging through their veins right now. Blitz with this high ground can end up dominating this performance, but 8-Bit, they need every single point available in this map right now and the chicken dinner. Blitz just needs 5 in comparison.
It's going to be a tough play here. But guess what? Higgboson, one of the edge teams who came in from the south side, just laid low the entire time, finally comes out to say, hello, I'm alive. And they've got the high ground. But this time they have to push into his God's Train. Justin and Destro, 2-man, has been holding those compounds since the beginning after losing a very, very interesting engagement early on to Blitz. As of yet, they are going to be having a lot of pressure, but they have gotten themselves a decent amount of placement points. But again, God's Train, they're pretty much qualified, so nothing to worry about here for God's Train.
Pretty much, man. I mean, they have the center all theirs, and I think right now they're just like, all right, let's just close this game out with the chicken, because if you mess up a match like this, then you're going to be having a conversation amongst yourself as a team like, this was supposed to be an easy game. Why did not win this? We saw on the map the positioning from the side of Higgboson, and Yash and Snowjord being in the line of fire for 8-Bit is very bad for 8-Bit, but Higgboson now switching focus. It seems like they are going to prioritize Blitz and TrueRippers at the same time. And well, the third party from TrueRippers, it can be decent. Circling quite close to Nova over there. But TrueRippers, they fall back. They want to let Blitz take on Higgboson first. And when both the teams are left bleeding, that is when they want to move in. Utility goes flying. And Blitz, all 4 players still standing, although they have found a knock against the players of TrueRippers. But now, Higgboson, their turn to pull the trigger. They found those picks on the players of Blitz Esports. Blitz still not having crossed the 150-point marker, the target that was set for them. They are in the top 8, but they need that safety cushion. That's all they want.
What?
Every extra point matters. Hydro falls. Blitz Esports still fighting for their life, still fighting for that safety cushion. They get to 146, need about 4 more, but 8-Bit finally start making the climb for the players of Higgboson from the other front.
Oh my goodness, Blitz, they somehow hold on. They were able to find a point as well on TrueRippers. How is that even possible? Blitz, an absolute monster here. Higgboson, the zone is going to be coming in. Omega, he needs to push up forward as well, but the nade from Yash will connect and find the opener. That's going to be the opener for Higgboson to push through. Blitz losing 1. Now, outside the zone, Bunny looking for an off angle, but the counter nades from Chandan will stop the aggression. And another nade to find the confirmation. Blitz! They are dismantling Higgboson, and the confirmation from Nova secures the deal, and they get even more points.
Brilliantly done. Perfect execution coming through from the players of Blitz. But again, in all of that conflict, they have lost any hope that was there for the chicken dinner. Down to their last man. Nova can't do a lot, just play for survival. But 8-Bit, they have the upper hand. They have all 4 players intact. And all they have to do is just pick off the remaining 3 points in this game and go for the chicken dinner. 13 points already on the board for the side of 8-Bit. And it should be an easy closing few moments. They do fire a few shots onto Nova, but yeah, no damage dished out.
Oh my god, realization has just kicked in, Johnny. 8-Bit just might be able to climb towards the top 8 here. What a way. Like, I think it's very much possible now. But again, like you said, he needs the chicken dinner right now. Like, you have been mentioning this, but I did not believe it. But this is going to be a reality now.
Yeah. I mean, they need a chicken, and then they need to perform in the last map of Miramar as well, the next game after this one. I want to see what the total tally of points is going to be like, but that has to be brutal. Sarang peaks for a second, and Nova just puts him down again.
Oh,
My
boy.
concern is God's Reign sitting in the smack center, because they have been very quiet. And after Blitz Esports is done, after 8-Bit picks Nova off, I think the paranoia is going to set in, and they might not realize where the last team is.
Yeah, God's Train, they have been sitting there right from the get-go.
Yeah, for a long time.
Like, since the beginning, they've lost 2 players. The Circle has favored them. They have no reason to fight out as well. Yes, they have ammunition, they have utilities, they have everything. Destro was spotted out early on, but eventually was picked up. But even then, 8-Bit, this is prime time. Because the moment they win this game, that means they're like, what? The gap between them and also OG is somewhere around like 5-6 points.
Yeah, pretty
difference.
much. Pretty
so
much,
that means it comes down towards the last match to decide who makes it the top 8. Eventually now Nova will fall. Juicy will be the one that claims the points. And now this 2 juicy points is going to be up for grabs for 8-Bit as they try and push up.
As we were talking about Gosrain not making any noise, they make the loudest noise. The nade goes out and it just falls around the compound. So now 8-Bit are aware. Oh, that could have made contact. Sarang, so lucky that he's still alive. But it's a 4 versus 2 situation, so we all know God's Reign, they have no escape. The only saving grace for God's Reign is the players of 8-Bit falling down to the blue zone itself, and that is pretty much it. Apart from that, if I think 8-Bit should just charge indoors with those nades and just make sure that it's an easy endgame. They need those 2 points anyway. It's Destro and Justin, and 8-Bit for some reason are quite hesitant in making this bounce, man. That has me worried. The nade overshoots. Justin takes a little bit of damage from the counter nade. Skips is on the flank. 8-Bit should close this game out easy.
Oh, the Naze comes in. They need those points. God's Reign, they might deny the points right there, but Skips goes in for the rush. They get Destro, and Justin in the smoke finds Raiden, and he takes the point before going down, but eventually 8-Bit is the one that gets the winner-winner chicken dinner. And that is a massive, massive game here for 8-Bit. What a comeback.
I mean, an impressive comeback, but it was hilarious, the fight in the end game. Justin is out in the smoke, out of the house, and I think there was a little bit of confusion between the players of 8-Bit because everyone was still running indoors, and I think then there might have been a screaming contest between the team like, hey, he's out, he's out, he's out!
But all things considered here, I never would have thought that 8-Bit was going to make a climb like this, but with this performance, they are in the running. And it all comes down towards one final game. And of course, with Blitz's performance right there, that means there's only 1 slot yet from OG. And OG is currently... I think OG is still on number 8?
Yeah. I think OG is going to be number 8 and maybe 8-Bit is going to be sitting on the 9th spot with, like, as you mentioned, I think like
my God.
3 or maybe 2 points away from them. It is incredible, I mean, how 8-Bit has sort of snuck their way into this fight. And now there is OG, Rapid Chaos, Blitz, Nebula, and 8-Bit.
Oh my God.
5 teams in just 1 spot.
I think Blitz has pulled a hit. Like, definitely the hit here as well.
For sure.
So I feel like OG is going to be contention. Like you said as well, it's between OG, Reckoning Esports, 8-Bit, and also Nebula fighting for their final slot.
Is Reckoning also there in this fight? I thought Reckoning was safe. Are they?
No, Reckoning is
wow.
down now.
Wow. Oh, that's an unpleasant surprise. How Reckoning played yesterday, I thought they were going to be safe. But anyways, I mean, Man, huge props to Mr. Official Sarang himself and Skips as well with 6 eliminations in this game. I think people were kind of surprised when Sarang wasn't performing at the start of the grind, but hey, it's the clutch man playing in clutch moments, and of course nothing is more clutch than doing well in the last 2 matches. So let's see how this last Miramar is going to go, man. Group A is just giving us that photo finish that everyone expected from these teams.
Well, this is going to be intense. Think about it this way, right? Like, the top 8 go to quarterfinals means that when they qualify to quarterfinals, they're not going to be eliminated at all. But if they go towards round 4, there is a chance for them to be eliminated. So the stakes are very, very high for the top 8 in particular.
Yeah. It's absolute madness, absolute pandemonium heading into the last match for Group A of the grind, and of course the last game of the grind, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break with the last game. Right now, a short break.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. And one last game remains for the BGIS 2026 The Grind. It is all boiled down to this. We've got the best group currently playing the last game, and still the question remains, who's going to be the one to seal that fate in the top 8? There are still a lot of teams fighting for that contention, and 8-Bit now have just made a big comeback.
Absolutely, but with Blitz, with that performance, I think they are now currently safe. Autobotz in the first game did that. Now Blitz. Now it's time for ORANGUTAN or possibly even Rapid Chaos as well. Who is going to qualify? I have no clue, man.
Speaking of Blitz, making that call to actually bring Noah 21 on the board, that was insane, especially when you've only got 2 games left over. You're still experimenting stuff. That's crazy if you think about it. And Blitz, the moment they get Noah 21 back on the board, you will see them just skyrocket in the overall standings. Brilliant stuff, but something else that's going to be brilliant. It's also going to be this beautiful Royal Enfield that you see on the screen. Head inside of the game and try and check it out. It looks beautiful.
It certainly does. I mean, the GT Continental 650 as well as the Classic 350, 2 models that you've got spot for yourselves. But talking about two models, right now we are left with two teams, or rather, let's just say 3 teams fighting out for that one slot available. Orangutan, first game could not really do much. Second game, once again, getting taken down. I feel like now the pressure is going to be on their shoulders, and I certainly feel like it's going to be too much for them to handle.
Nebula as well, and even Rapid Chaos Esports is also going to be on that same train. And now even 8-Bit's going to be around that same block, so you cannot even forget the number. It's just amping up over and over again. The MVP of that previous game is going to be Sarang, getting 7 frags on the board and 843 damage dished out. Without a doubt, Sarang's also going to be there, but even Skips follows him up right there with 6 frags on the board. Noah 21, this was his first game on the block, and he manages to get 5 finishes. That's crazy.
1,000 points of damage almost, to be honest. I think that was a performance that actually got Blitz Esports to come back, but nonetheless, it does not really matter anymore. Joker up there, along with the rest of the lads, just goes to show that this man is consistent as ever. Looking at the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, Team 8-Bit with that big catapult up top, 26 points being found over there. Blitz Esports with 16 and Team Soul with 9 points. For Team Soul, for Team Higgboson and for God's Reign, there's nothing to worry about. But for Team 8-Bit, I think this was a jump that they desperately needed.
God's Reign as well, getting 7 points out of that game. Rapid Chaos Esports struggling. We spoke about this as well when it comes to Rapid Chaos Esports. They always struggle with consistency, and once again, the same thing is now starting to happen with them. Rapid Chaos Esports and 8-Bit tied up on the 9th and the 10th spot respectively, but even Reckoning Esports was thrown away outside of that top 8 a while ago. So now even Reckoning Esports is also going to be in that contention. Nebula Esports too with 130 points. Everyone on the latter half of the board needs a decent game to bring themselves on the first half, and that too, they need a hope and cross their fingers that OG is going to choke this game.
You know, it's a wild, wild west. Look at that, Blitz Esports with 152 points. They are beyond safe right now, but Orangutan with 137, their lives are hanging by a thread because, you know, being inside of the top 8 and not being inside the top 8 depends whether or not you make it to the quarterfinals or no. And then you've got Rapid Chaos, 8-Bit, Reckoning and Nebula, all of them fighting against you. Everybody wants to take you down. It's going to be tough.
You think they're beyond safe? And what if OG actually does manage to get themselves around 152 as well? And then there's someone on the latter half of the board as well, getting close around 150. Man, there's a chance the cutoff can actually instantly amp up around 150. Think about it.
I know why you're actually expecting the cutoff to be around 150, but it's going to be tough. It certainly is going to be tough, but it's not impossible as well. Just like you mentioned, if OG don't really drop the ball, if they get a fantastic game and somebody from that make pack as well push up, I think one of those contenders will be Nebula Esports. They've been lying low for a while. They've gotten insanely passive, and I don't understand what they are doing. But if Adi goes back to his prime form, if he feels like, alright, fine, enough of this madness, let me go back to my villain arc, I think he certainly can pull it off.
I know, right? For some reason, Nebula Esports, we're not seeing that same aggressive fire anymore that we saw inside of Showdown. Nebula Esports in Showdown, man, this team was taking fights left, right, and center. Did not care who was going to be in front of them. Nebula Esports would not back away even for a second. But now this Nebula Esports thinking twice before taking a fight, thinking too much, overthinking a lot of their scenarios, and that's why now they're screwed up in the overall standings. Speaking of all the other teams on the latter half of the board, though, we've also got a few more names like Godlike around that block, even Madkings, AX. There's a big chance these guys can actually play the spanner in the works.
Absolutely, and I think for them it will be to be the villain in the arc, because for Godlike, I think it's a little bit of a pleasant surprise that they actually reached triple digits. I was not expecting them to hit the 100-point mark as well, but nonetheless, I think one team that has got momentum, it has to be 8-Bit, and I think with the last game left alive, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Team 8-Bit who might actually come back inside the top 8. It is going to be a blockbuster for sure. Stay tuned for this map of Miramar as we are ready.
The plane's in the skies for one last time in the grind, ladies and gentlemen. And this plane, it's probably going to be the most important plane for all the teams inside of Group A. It's a slot for the direct qualification towards quarterfinals. And let's not forget, quarterfinals of a tournament, it also means that you are extremely close towards the end. Everything is on the line. So many teams with still a potential chance to make it in the top 8, but only one team or 2 teams max to max can still make it.
It is going to be tough, but ladies and gentlemen, we do have the flight path in front of us. It is a rather horizontal flight path, which does start off from the northern ends of Impala and ends in towards La Trilera. Majority of the teams might just go to their drop locations, but those northern fringes, it's still going to be out of reach. Imagine this, if you want to go towards La Cabrera, if you want to go towards Torre Hamada, your game plan just got wiped off.
It actually did. La Cabrera out of contention. El Pozo out of contention as well. To try and stretch towards El Pozo, it's going to be a tough stretch. Montenuevo in reach and easy. Power Grid, even that's going to be in reach. Picado as well, anyone can easily glide through. I really want to see what Godlike's going to do now. They've already given up on the hopes of qualifying. It's better to just brawl it out. And that's probably going to give you a lot of respect as well. Nebula heading towards Montenuevo, probably that's what's going to be the game plan. And for Nebula, I just want to see them on the aggressive foot. For Nebula to try and creep all the way towards El Pozo, it's impossible. They cannot stretch that far. TrueRippers, they clash against the boys of Victor Sumus once again. And this LSR fight, it's proven out to be an absolute nightmare for VS.
Absolutely. We also had a glance at the map standings, ladies and gentlemen. But in my opinion, all of that past record, it's not going to matter. It's just one final game. Whoever has got that highest, or rather the strongest mentality is going to win. It's all about the mindsets. And have a look at that. Team TrueRippers, they're already on the front foot in this fight against Victoria Summers. A couple of those players knocked out. They did suffer one return knock as well, but it doesn't really matter. Team TrueRippers, they've got so many men up in their numbers, up in their footing, and they're already trying to put the finishing nail on the coffin. It seems like they want to close things out extremely quick.
Yeah, they definitely do want to. Victor Sumus, the man's taken down pretty low. You can still see Mafia falling back. He was just revived. So now it's going to try to play around that safety cushion. Speaking of Higgboson, a team that's currently sitting in the top 4, they've already qualified. The teams at the top, the teams at the bottom can definitely play a big spoiler. But are they really gonna? That's the question.
Like we said, it's just 5 teams around the mid-pack who are dying to actually make themselves inside of the top 8. It's going to be so tough. Reckoning Esports falling behind the team 8-bit, making the climb up. It's going to be tough to actually predict who actually is going to be the team.
Salty, imagine though. Even OG goes frag heavy, and someone else from the bottom 8 as well goes frag heavy, who does actually stand a chance to qualify. The cutoff can instantly catapult. There's a big chance it might happen.
There's something that you say, Necro, there's the powers of the universe that actually gets behind you and makes it true. It's something which I absolutely hate, by the way.
Wow. Hater.
For sure, but in my opinion, I think for Orangutan, this is going to be one do-or-die attempt. And in doing so, one big game, we've actually seen that happen in the past. Might actually happen once again as well. But this time, it seems like Team TrueRippers, they're looking to invade into the compounds of Victoria Summers. But they're not aware of Venom's position. And he can actually be the man to thread the needle. He can see all of these players right underneath him. He's not reacting, not moving a muscle. And this is the time when he bounces. The first knock is on board, but the second one, it's going to be so crucial. TrueRippers, they are in shambles all of a sudden.
Blunder. The one man is already devoured. And the fight's not done yet. VS, they constantly are on the prowl. But instantly a nade as well. It's being tossed to perfection. That defensive nade, it does find a lot of value. And now Venom, he needs to be a little bit careful as well. He's got his hands on the shotgun. So if anyone does make that pounce against him, he could definitely be extremely deadly. TrueRippers, they've already pushed back. And now TrueRippers, they somehow line them all up. How does this even come to an end in such a way? Hydro eliminating the remnants of Victoria Sumus within seconds. And now I guess TrueRippers are going to do the same thing to VX as Revenant X Park did to their foes.
Now this is going to be a fight. Now this is a call out that LSR is going to be ours. TrueRippers, certainly they are going to be celebrating. And I love these moves, by the way. Look at the spotlight. Yeah, of course, lad. That was a fight which we not thought that you're going to win. Especially with you saw how Venom was positioned. The first knock came through.
Oh my god, I love it.
And then, of course, Hydro pulling these sick moves, by the way.
Yeah, yes, that's definitely going to be stinging for a while. And for TrueRippers, luckily enough, they will not be able to see VS in the same lobby as they are going to be participating in. Or will they? That's the question.
Really.
Will VS actually move on towards the quarterfinals?
They like to work their way through. I think that is the only way.
Yeah, they're going to head on towards the round 4 first.
Yeah.
Then qualify from there towards the quarterfinals. Too much to ask for, in my opinion. Going to be a tough pill to swallow for the boys. And the crazy part is, VS actually started things off with the advantage. And look at this knock on Scary John. Oh, the amount of shots were taken on that guy. Eventually, the man was knocked out as well.
I still don't understand how did Venom in spite of having the lead, choke in this fight. Like, Victorious Summers had an enormous advantage, but the needs came through. Somehow, Team TrueRippers found the high ground. It was a 1v2 against Hydro, by the way, and he still wins.
Yeah, jumping down there was probably one of the worst possible decisions the man made. Venom should not have dropped down.
Oh, I love the moves. Hydro just BMing at this point. Absolute madness.
Dancing atop the graves, you always love it. And with an iron sight, by the way, taking shots that far away. Can't believe it.
You know, honestly speaking, Hydro has always been that BGIS product. He was the find of BGIS 2025, but I'm still always at awe how much he's actually grown through the course of the year. He was a part of Silly Esports, and then, of course, went on to Team TrueRippers, represented the country, got multiple MVP trophies all around the country as well, and now he's here.
If I'm not wrong, he was also part of Krafton Esports for a while. And then later on, he moved on towards TrueRippers. Yeah, Jelly definitely has a good eye. For sure. He knows how to scout his talents. Same thing can also be said for Knight. Even though he has been a part of the professional circuit for a long time, but Knight has now been recognized well. And I guess all thanks to K9 Esports, the coach, Amit, and even Omega.
I think it was one of their streams where they suggested that for that one last piece of the puzzle, for that one last player, they had almost 40 players shortlisted. To find that right combination, that right fit. And Knight was just a man who was like almost a silent assassin. He used to speak less, but then inside of the game he was deadly, and they wanted exactly that combo. But elsewhere, we actually move on a highlight where Autobotz Esports, wow. Well, did find the knock and the finish against Higgboson, so that's going to be another loss that Higgboson will have to suffer. But Higgboson, they don't really have anything to worry about. I think if they keep up their form across all the 3 maps that they have to play inside of BGIS, I think this team is going to be a formidable threat.
As of now, even Godlike, they found themselves in quite a decent spot. Looking at those teams around the 8th spot, RECKONING Esports and 8-Bit, still all the way back in the blue. For OG as well, still around that blue. And even Blitz, still in the same spot.
One team is going to be kicking themselves, and that has to be Reckoning. Reckoning had such a beautiful start, especially the comeback with Levi coming back in form the last few days. Man was brilliant. Getting on that second position of the overall leaderboard, 41 eliminations. Last few days, he was just wrecking team left, right, and center. Reckoning Esports, that comeback was brilliant, but all of a sudden they fell.
Did you notice one thing? All the teams in the mid-pack are going for late-game rotation because they think they're going to be targeted. They know there's going to be chaos ensuing all across the board. It's the last game, and fights are going to be extremely random. And that's why they just want to avoid that. And Adbita just blew himself up. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even matter. Godlike's done for anyways. But these type of mistakes have really been costing Godlike their performance.
You know, at this point, I think it's just morale, Necro. I think they have sort of given up. You don't really see that fighting spirit from Godlike. It's not just today, by the way.
You gotta fight for your fans, man. Come on, there's so many people looking for you. The moment you open Instagram, you scroll through Reels, there's people hoping that you will do something good. There's people always with hopeful eyes looking at you, thinking that you will do something good. People hoping that Jonathan's going to pop off. People hoping that Manya will be the savior that Godlike really needed. They're putting their time and effort every single day to watch these games. And getting rewarded in such a way, it's not worth it. As a fan, it's absolutely not worth it.
Time to switch teams, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say.
Nah, man. I'm not actually going to go there. Or am I? Well,
this guy.
We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen. It's Team 8-Bit. Well, I was talking about Team 8-Bit, though. I think, look at their comeback. You've got Sarang, you've got Skips, you've got Juicy. Amazing players to be actually fan of. And if your team makes a comeback like that, aren't you going to be happy, Necro?
I would be. But that's what 8-Bit's known for every single time as well. Even in Showdown, when we thought they're done for, we saw that one massive game coming through from Skips and the boys, and once again, 8-Bit was back on the panel. And that's what's happening with 8-Bit. That one big game. It's got him tied up with the team on the 9th spot. That's going to be RECKONING Esports. And for Rapid Chaos Esports to breach in that top 8, there's only 1 point separating them. And keep this thing in mind, by the way, OG's still all the way back in the blue. Taking that late game rotation. All these teams in the mid pack, they really went in late inside of the circle.
This is going to be tough. We saw the circle right around the center of Lush and Lil Patron. Have a look at this. Team Soul against Team Godstrain. Shots being fired, but from the distance it seems like Destro has found the knock. Legit has been brought down. Destro. Brilliant high ground advantage. Looking to pin down Team Soul. Not really letting them move in these rough terrains. It's going to be hard for them to counter this. Players falling left, right and center. Taking a lot of damage from the blue, and Destro just keeps on popping those bullets.
It will be hard. And as you mentioned, Destro just constantly spraying down the launch. Soul on the opposite spray. Now they're going to find themselves a bit of that cover to play with. Joker, he actually finds a return knock at Delta. How does this even happen? And he also hands out the confirmation, but it's fine. Destro actually getting his hands on the confirmation as well. Soul losing out on Joker. Justin's already pushed up close and personal. The guts on this guy is insane. But Justin's also slipping away on that terrain. The man's got his hands on the nade. This one's going to be tossed to perfection. Thunder's knocked out. Big danger taken care of. Justin, he does not have any frags gotten yet, but he can still convert him anytime.
I love the form that Justin is in, especially inside of the grind so far. We've seen Justin struggle ever since he was that MVP on television. We've always been waiting for that Gladiators form from Justin once again, but it seems like it was way too much time that he took, especially in his low phase, but now he's back as an absolute threat. And look at this. Shuts down Team Soul once again. This time Destro bragging 2 frags on his own accord, and then of course Justin coming in. It's a brilliant start for Team Godstrain, but they don't really need it. They've had so many consistent performances across the board. They are quite safe.
Godstrain. 4 frags already gotten. Now looking and thinking pretty good. K9 Esports, even they're around the block. And for K9, there's a chance they might just get shot at in the back. And that's what they're looking at. Making sure the back lines are clear. Autobotz Esports moving up as well. TrueRippers, they take a fight against Autobotz. This is going to be interesting. Pro tosses that nade, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Keo, the man's put to sleep.
One thing which I observed, Necro, while the map was in front of our screens, is that Rapid Chaos, they might just be going after Orangutan. And this can actually be a great decision for them, because if you take out your closest competitors, get those points on board, you instantly eliminate competition.
I don't think they even know that OG's there.
They were extremely close. Yes, you will not understand if it is Team Orangutan or somebody else, but we do for sure.
Yeah, but I don't think the intention's going to be that. And looking at Rapid Chaos Esports now, they're actually moving away from OG. So, yeah, Rapid Chaos Esports just wants to stay away from all the chaos. That's it. They don't want to be a part of the chaos yet. Stay away from the fights, and then try and play for a big game in the end. That's what the game plan is.
Unlike their name, by the way, I think if you go by their name, it should be Chaos in Rapidity, but isn't really in front of us. Orangutan, by the way, they are at the edge of the blue. Like you said, teams are quite hesitant to actually move inside. It seems like Team Orangutan are.
OG's going to be messed up. OG's too late to make that pounce in the circle. There's not a lot of good spots left over anymore. And for OG, there's also going to be 8-bit in the back lines. Look at Nebula! They find these frags. Rapid Chaos Esports running in the open arms of Nebula. And Nebula, they were desperate for these points. Rapid Chaos Esports just gifting the eliminations. And exactly what Nebula was waiting for. Oh my god, one of the worst possible decisions the boys could have actually made. And Nebula, they had a perfect field trap setup. How do you not expect someone to be there in the smack center? Come on.
I don't even think this is a trap. This is Rapid Chaos giving in a Christmas gift early on. It's still 8 months before Christmas strikes in, or possibly even more, ladies and gentlemen. But it seems like Rapid Chaos, without any information, without any intel, just straight up a grand slam into that warehouse and just give it all away.
Maybe their name means that they rapidly exit the chaos.
I don't know, man. It's just sad to see such an exit because they've been brilliant. They've been chasing down Orangutan for a while on the overall standings. But at the end, when it actually mattered, it seems like they are going to take the fall. But it seems like even OG are taking the fall. I think he has been leaving his comrade out in the dirt over there.
That was a crazy knock from Nova 21. Oh my god, from that far away, he's actually able to find those knocks? What? Nova, you gotta be kidding me. What was that knock from this guy? He knows exactly where the boys are as well. He's got his crosshair trained. He knows there's someone there. Nova's just waiting for them to peek out. The moment they do so, Nova's gonna hang him to death once again. 8-Bit against the boys of AX. There was a knock being found, but even for 8-Bit, there's a casualty. And that's gonna be in the name of Sarang. Return nade tossed out from 8-Bit just to buy enough time, and that's gonna do the deed. Now falling back, getting that revival on Sarang. That's going to be the big man back up on the feet.
You know, with Team Rapid Chaos being taken down so early, there's just one player left. 3 players have been absolutely extinguished. This just opens the doors of opportunity for Team 8-Bit. And if they keep on maintaining this high ground advantage, I guess this is going to be a good opportunity for them. Blitz Esports looking to spoil the party for them from the sidelines. Some shots being taken. Sarvar OG, this can be an opportunity for you to prove yourself, to prove your worth. Blitz Esports, a comeback was brilliant, but it seems like now Team 8-Bit, they understand the threat. And they want to instantly back away.
They're going to be on their tails. But Blitz as well, pretty aware. I'm loving the surrounding awareness from the side of Blitz. Look at that man spotted. Shots were taken from Chandan, and even Sarang falls down. That's going to be a big knock. 8-Bit messing up big time. X now trying to move in tandem, slowly and steadily. Raiden spotting out that player in the front. Shots were taken, but nothing found yet. Even 8-Bit now trying to play it a little bit cautiously, but the backline's too exposed. And soon AX is going to be the one to chime its out of the fight, probably pounce. The next circle shift's going to be quintessential, and it's going to shift on top of the players in Nebula Esports once again. There is Jonathan in that zone from Godlike. You will also see Madkings a part of it. K9 Esports as well, just slug inside of it. For OG to make it inside of the circle, it's not going to be a concern, but to sustain a good spot in the circle, that will be a concern.
What I want to find out is, are Team Orangutan back up healthy? Did they find the reset? Because Blitz, they had their eye on them certainly, and Nova 21, he's certainly a threat for them. But talking about this fight, it seems like Team 8-Bit, they've got themselves the high ground. They've also got a little bit of a favor from the circle as well. But they need to capitalize on this. Team AX certainly making moves. Devotee, this vehicle has been smoked up. Can't really use it for too long. But I guess it can become some decent covers for you. One of the players from Team 8-Bit has been knocked down up top. Now this is where the dip is going to turn into the Death Valley. Because Sarwar, brilliant lines of sight against the man of Team 8-Bit. And I guess this is where he can actually pounce. Team 8-Bit left spoiled for choice. They have nowhere to go, nowhere to run and hide. Henry comes in from the back line. So much damage being dished out. Skips. He certainly is struggling right now. And little by little, Team 8-Bit and their dreams of the quarterfinals, they are being absolutely squandered.
Blitz is playing so clinical. So clean. Winning fights left, right, center. Actually winning the trades off as well. And yeah, 8-Bit done and dusted from this game. With that, the odds and the hopes of actually them making it in the top 8 as well, they have been shattered. Reality struck like a nightmare. At 8-Bit, it's going to be a tough job for them to recover from this. But now for Blitz, X is going to be on the opposite side. And what a knock that was from Sarvar. Shuts down the player in the front. Sarvar doing a fantastic job. Handing out the death blow as well. It's going to be extremely easy, not even a concern. And that's what he does.
Doors of opportunity will open up for Team Reckoning Esports as well. They are currently sitting at 135 points. Up top, you've got Team Rapid Chaos with 136, but you need to take down Team Orangutan, and that is exactly what is happening. That is exactly being done by K9 Esports as they struck them in the middle of nowhere. All 3 players. This nade can actually destroy Team Orangutan. Nothing. He's the only man who's keeping them alive. This is disastrous.
OG's done for. That was probably one of the worst calls being made from the side of OG. They should have shown a little bit more patience. They should have tried to bring a passive approach to this game, but instead OG is straight up trying to book it towards a good spot. And that good spot is not good enough. It's not able to hold them. A lot of smokes are being tossed out as well from the side of OG, but eventually even Athanki falls down. Problems now stacking up. Wizgod, he's out in the open on the street, and this nade, that's gonna do the job. OG eliminated on the 8th spot. The cutoff currently is gonna be 138 points. Then there's Rapid Chaos Esports on 137, and Reckoning currently sitting on 136.
Rapid Chaos, they understand what is going on right now because they must have seen those names pop up on his finish feed. And I'm pretty sure the task is simple. Wait for Reckoning to get taken down. And of course, try and get those position points on board. Jonathan up in a clutch situation, gets the first knock. This can be brutal. Coming in from the sideline, Jonathan spot this lad, the shotgun, the S12K, but he currently is burning in K9 Esports. They are looking to thread the needle with this one nade itself. Good Molotov being thrown up. Jonathan wants to reposition. I think he's just too outnumbered at this moment. K9 Esports also rethinking their options. Certainly looking to capitalize on this. Jonathan, good movement, gets another finish on board. K9 Esports, are they looking to fall? What? Another knock comes through. Jonathan, he strikes. Fans of the Yellow Army, they are going to be very happy as yet another shot connects, but the clutch incomplete as Knight lands a final blow, and this time he becomes a nightmare for the Yellow Army. But it seems like problems are going to escalate as God's Reign come back in the picture.
My question was, what was K9 Esports doing in that fight? Why were they so lost? They knew there's only one player, but still no one is taking that initiative, actually pushing up. Oh no. But K9 Esports, it's still fine. They're safe anyways in the overall standings. And God's Reign too, they're falling apart. Mad advantage now in the hands of K9 Esports. No one's going to stop them from closing this fight. Both the players from K9 should push up close and personal. Knights in the back lines, Ninja Boy in the front, tossing out the utilities for God's Reign. That man who was still alive has been eliminated too. Justin taken care of. K9 Esports, 13 frags on the board. Seems like a nuclear performance yet again. Look at God's Reign. 6 frags on the board. It's going to be tough conversion.
You know, it almost looked like K9 didn't even break a sweat getting those 13 eliminations. It was so easy for them. This lobby, it certainly seems to be quite easy for them. They are taking these fights at ease. They are almost playing in the park. But God's Reign, they've also been pretty decent and they want to clean up this fight. Neo is still standing, but there's still one more player from God's Reign who's been left alive, and I wonder where he is. From the map feed that we have, it seems like Destro, he is on a completely different terrain altogether. So it's just Neo up against the 2 lads of K9 Esports.
Look at Nebula. That's such a major split. Arjun the only person standing, and Rapid Chaos Esports, they've actually pushed down OG. Oh my god, it's done! OG's not in the top 8 anymore! OG's not going to be seen in the quarterfinals, and probably one of the biggest upsets.
Absolutely, but there's still 2 more threats for Rapid Chaos. Reckoning are 4-man alive. Nebula Esports are 4-man alive, and you mentioned it already. Nebula have an enormous coverage of the circle. This is insane map control, and if they convert this game, they certainly are going to be pushing it through because Rapid Chaos, they're just battling for position points. For Reckoning, that is a whole different story altogether because they're all hunkered down in the south. They certainly can make it, but will this battle between the galaxy of stars and the worlds from Reckoning is going to take in place?
This is interesting. The problem is that Reckoning Esports does not even have elimination points. And if Nebula wants, they can really wipe the floor with Blitz Esports and get a few elimination points for themselves. There's Arjun still standing as well. And Arjun is going to try to play it a little bit passive now. The circle shifting out in the open, that passive nature, it's going to be cancelled out. Arjun needs to make quick moves on the board. Blitz, with all the 4 men standing, that's going to be the biggest threat for Nebula. But since Nebula has got such a big split, how do they control it?
Even I'm not sure. They must have a game plan, but look at this. Nova 21 has almost been shut down. Barely surviving by a sliver of HP, and had he been knocked down over there, Blitz Esports had no option but to give up on that frag because they are quite separated. Elsewhere, of course, they are looking to third party this fight. Brilliantly done against K9 Esports as Knight has been finished off. Nebula Esports, 4 finishes on the block. They are inching closer as they topple down the lads from Team 8-bit, 137 already. This is going to be interesting. Blitz Esports take down Rapid Chaos, and Rapid Chaos have been shut down. If things stand exactly where they are, even Rapid Chaos Esports aren't really making it through, as Reckoning are the one who make their way inside the top 8.
Reckoning's down bad, they're hurt. One man's knocked out. They're now a 3-man squad. Getting that revival on the knock player. It's going on. It's in process. And the progress is complete. The man's back up. Reckoning Esports, all the 4 warriors still around and sticking. 0 frags though, that's a concern. Reckoning Esports has been playing quite a passive game. They've been playing for that survival, and it makes a lot of sense as well. The pressure's on them. At the end of the day, it's the qualification towards the main event directly in quarterfinals. And now God's Raid. They push up close and personal. Neo's taking a lot of damage upon himself, but he falls back. Now the man's looking to toss that nade. Reckoning Esports is constantly falling apart as well. And even Neo, the man's down low. He's popping that med kit. So Neo's now going to have full HP to play against the boys of Reckoning. This is such a crucial fight.
This certainly is. Blitz Esports just keeping an eye, keeping tabs on this particular fight. Of course, God's Reign, they are outnumbered. Neo is outnumbered. There's no way this man comes out alive, because if he does, Reckoning Esports and their dreams will be crushed. But not for now. At least he still survives. Blitz Esports, who were pinned down, now currently are under the threat of the Galaxy of Stars. It's Nebula who's looking to hunt them down. These two teams are battling for that one spot inside of the top 8. But who's going to make it? Who's going to be the spoiled sport? It's going to all come down to this final fight. 3 teams and 11 players still left alive.
What is even happening? Nebula, if they do end up wiping out the floor with Blitz, they're going to be the one to qualify. But if Reckoning Esports ends up securing the chicken dinner, they will be the one to qualify. It's so close. Only one can survive. Only one can make it. There's only one slot up for grab. Who's going to be the person? Who's going to be the team? Blitz is now getting fiddled with. They're getting rocked. Since Blitz, the man who was knocked out, is back up on the feet, so it's all looking good and dandy. And Adi, he's going to make that pounce all by himself. Nebula, they're done waiting. They're taking the fight. Adi falls down. The confirmation as well follows up. Nebula with 4 frags on the board. No, this game is slipping away from their hands, and if it does happen, then Reckoning Esports will steal away the entire slot.
They certainly are fragging heavy right now. It's all down to Phoenix and Kratos. They have been fragging beautifully throughout the grind, but just at the ending stages, it seems like Blitz, it's taking the dream away from them, and Reckoning, they have a lovely formation in position. As Levi has been looking in top form, getting those finishes, getting those openings against those teams. Nades coming through, it's still not connecting, but Blitz Esports, they are certainly causing a lot of threat. Nebula from the backlines, they've brought back that player up. It's 3 versus 3 versus 3, and Nebula, Nome is going to find yet another flag. Blitz Esports are in shambles, but like I said, Blitz Esports aren't even playing a part in this fight. It's between Nebula and Reckoning for that one slot.
Who's going to win this game? It all comes down to that. Reckoning Esports, they do not have enough elimination points. Unless they manage to eliminate the remaining 2 players of Blitz, then things will be different. And for Reckoning Esports, eliminating those 2 players of Blitz, that's probably the most crucial thing they would want to do. Reckoning has been passive throughout the entire game, but now Blitz is going to peek out in the open, and Reckoning should get their hands on the elimination points. Who will be the one to close out the game? 2 teams, 1 slot. Who will get it? This contention, it's probably the most intense contention I've ever had in my whole career. And Blitz has been eliminated from the game, as Levi's going to be the person to secure that frag. Both the teams getting 5 finishes on the board. It comes down to this chicken dinner, Salty.
Absolutely. Quarterfinals at stake as yet another nade comes through. Levi gets knocked out. It's all down to Lavish. It's a 1v3 for this lad as Nebula. The Galaxy of Stars, they are looking to back that quarterfinal slot away from them. And if the chicken dinner comes their way, it seems like there's nothing stopping them from it. Nate can strike. Lavish knows exactly where the player is going to come from. Blue zone as well. It seems like Nebula Esports are going to clean him up. Reckoning, the game so close, but could not reach the end. What an end game.
What an end game that was. Keeping us confused, keeping us guessing till the end. Now this is what you call absolute cinema.
Yeah,
oh
man.
My God, this has to be the best endings of my life. And this is not even the LAN finals, by the way.
It's not even the LAN finals for that one slot to the quarterfinals, but it is at stake because in the quarterfinals you do not have the elimination threat. Inside of round 4 you do, and it seems like Reckoning will have to fight it out. But what a valiant effort was it, because nobody expected it. I think it was a valiant effort from 8-bit as well. It was a valiant effort from Reckoning, but in the end it's Nebula who actually make it through. Nobody expected that.
Rapid Chaos Esports just bombed the whole day, to be honest. We did not even see a single good performance from them. But for Reckoning Esports, the past 2 days were phenomenal. They were perfect. But something happened to them today. They took a lot of pressure upon themselves and they messed up. Even Blitz was in contention for a moment, but then Nova 21 came in and saved the day.
Absolutely, Blitz. I think it was a phenomenal day for them, especially when we saw them struggle, drop down on the overall standings. That one substitution just changed everything. It almost seems like he had the eyes of God for a second because he had so much information to work with.
Exactly. The man was filled to the brim with a lot of intel, and then in the end, Reckoning Esports could not even stand a chance. You gotta feel bad for them. They got so close, but still they were so far away, and Nebula Esports just barely inching in towards the finish line. I'm happy. My prediction's doing good. My prediction actually made it to the top 8.
But you actually missed the cutoff mark by a mile, my friend. 150 is still not going to come through, but wait, actually, by the way, if Nebula get themselves a chicken and a decent number of elimination points, I just want to prove Necro wrong, by the way. At this point, I think I just want Necro to be proven wrong. The cutoff, I just don't want to be touching 150.
Listen, the overall standings are going to be popping up soon, and that's when we all will find out what exactly the cutoff looks like. And at this point, I just want to skip to the overall standings directly. I want to see how that looks like and what exactly the cutoff was. But what a game it was from Nebula. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of this passive approach from them, but hey, it's working out for them. A direct slot, direct qualification, and the cutoff is actually going to be 147. Oh my god, he was not even close to my cutoff. My cutoff prediction was 154.
My prediction, exactly the same, 147. One time I win, Necro, but nonetheless, you wanted to look how the overall standing looks like. It seems like it looks like a lot of heartbreaks. Heartbreaks for so many fans out there with their fan favorite teams bowing out, not making it to the quarterfinals. Heartbreaks for Team 8-bit, heartbreaks for Team Orangutan, who have also represented our country in the international stages. Heartbreaks for the undergods, for the young lads of Rapid Chaos, and for sure heartbreak for the vigilant Reckoning Esports as well.
Just think about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the top 8 are now going to move on directly towards the quarterfinals of the BGIS 2026, while the bottom 8, they will be heading on towards the round 4. Keep this thing in mind, no one gets eliminated from the grind, so at least that's a positive thing that you're looking for. And once again, the overall standings are subject to change after POV checks.
Yeah, now that is going to be something. Hopefully it does not change. Hopefully all the games are going to be done and dusted and the results don't get altered. But of course, fair and square POV checks need to be done in, so we'll actually wait for that. But what a performance coming in from Autobotz. I think the first game that they played, they secured the position inside the top 8. And then, of course, it came down to Blitz, it came down to Orangutan, it came down to Team Soul and Nebula. And we had a finale, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, nobody gets eliminated like we've always been saying. Your favorite teams are going to be moving on towards round 4. Teams who have qualified move in towards the quarterfinals, the top 5 players. But in front of us, this time it is, of course, going to be Knight, who is still up top, above everyone else. 58 eliminations for this lad. Has been outright brilliant. Slug, nothing short of insane as well. 46 as usual. It is also going to be Levi, MVP from last season. Once again, showcasing his class in Hydro and Choker. Always consistent.
Everyone that's currently watching this broadcast, understand this. K9 Esports is the team to beat currently.
Absolutely.
This team literally dominated inside of the Group A, which was considered to be the best group that India has to offer. And if you're dominating this group, it means that you're miles away from the competition. And right now, K9's the team to beat. Moving on the conversation towards the team that really gave it all they had was Reckoning Esports. In the past 2 days, the comeback that we witnessed from Reckoning Esports has to be the most iconic comeback. But yeah, when it mattered the most, even the diamonds were crushed.
Absolutely. The diamonds certainly were crushed. And speaking of diamonds, there certainly are going to be a lot of diamonds who went through heartbreaks. I'm talking about teams like Madkings, Team Aryan, Team AX were also fantastic last season. Even Team Godlike, as a matter of fact. I think majority of the fans are going to be trying to heal their wounds right now, but it's completely fine. You don't get eliminated. Work on your mistakes and come back stronger in round 4.
And I'm also really happy to see see all those fresh faces that are going to be coming through from the in-game qualifiers. It's always a pleasure to catch you guys as well. So yeah, we'll see you guys directly towards the main event in BGIS 2026. For now, that's going to be it for me and Salty.
rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.